Welcome, weary traveler, to the strange and wondrous world of Gravity Falls, where the impossible becomes commonplace and mysteries lurk beneath every pine tree. Tonight, we follow the complete tale of Stanley Pine's conman, Carnival Barker, an unlikely hero whose life spans decades of adventure, heartbreak, and redemption. From his childhood in Glass Shard Beach, New Jersey, through 30 years of wandering the country's forgotten corners, to his transformation into the beloved Grunkle Stan of the Mystery Shack. This is a story of family bonds tested by time and secrets, of mistakes that echo across generations, and of love that endures, even when all seems lost. So settle in. Let the gentle sounds of the Oregon wilderness lull you towards sleep, and let us begin this journey through one man's extraordinary life. In the faded seaside town of Glass Shard Beach, New Jersey, where the Atlantic Ocean lapped against shores littered with broken bottles and forgotten dreams, two boys entered the world on a summer day that seemed no different from any other. The year was 1946, and America was still catching its breath after the Great War, still learning how to be a nation at peace again. Yet, in the cramped delivery room of a small coastal hospital, something extraordinary was happening, though no one present could have guessed the strange and wonderful destinies that awaited the twin sons of Philbrick and Karen Pines. Stanley Pines arrived 6 minutes before his brother Stanford, as if even from the very beginning he was determined to lead the way into whatever adventures life might offer. He emerged red-faced and howling with indignation at being thrust into a world that was colder and brighter than the warm darkness he had known, his tiny fists already clenched as if ready to fight whatever battles might come. Stanford followed more quietly, seeming to observe his new surroundings with the thoughtful attention that would characterize his entire approach to life, though the extra finger on each of his small hands marked him as someone who would never quite fit the world's expectations of normal. The Pines family home sat near the end of a street that had seen better days, its paint peeling from the salt air, and its foundations slowly settling into sand that shifted with each storm. Philbrick Pines ran a small pawn shop from the building's ground floor, a business that dealt in the desperate transactions of people who had run out of better options. The shop's windows were perpetually clouded with grime and crowded with the accumulated debris of other people's broken dreams, musical instruments that would never again make music, jewelry that had lost its sentimental value, along with its monetary worth, and tools that would rust away while waiting for owners who would never return to claim them. The apartment above the shop where the Pines family lived was cramped and poorly heated, its rooms filled with the constant sound of creaking floorboards and the distant rumble of waves breaking against the shore. Money was always tight in the Pines household, a reality that colored every decision and cast shadows over every meal. Philbrick approached fatherhood with the same calculating pragmatism he brought to his business dealings, viewing his sons not as individuals to be nurtured, but as investments that would eventually need to prove their worth or find themselves written off as losses. From their earliest days, Stanley and Stanford were inseparable, in ways that went far beyond the usual bonds between siblings. They seemed to exist as two halves of a single consciousness, finishing each other's sentences and sharing thoughts that never needed to be spoken aloud. Where one twin went, the other followed, and where one got into trouble, the other was sure to be found close behind. Their mother, Karen, would often find them sleeping in the same bed despite having been tucked into separate ones, their small arms wrapped around each other, as if they were trying to merge back into the single being they had been before birth. The twins inhabited a world largely of their own creation, one where the shabby reality of their surroundings was transformed by imagination into something magnificent and full of possibility. The broken pier that extended crookedly into the grey waters of the Atlantic became a pirate ship in their games, while the abandoned lots that dotted their neighborhood were treasure islands waiting to be explored. They spoke to each other in a private language composed of gestures and half-words that no adult could decode. Their communication so perfect that they rarely felt the need to include others in their conversations. Stanley was the leader in most of their adventures. His natural charisma and fearless approach to life, making him the one who suggested the games they would play and the rules by which they would play them. Even as a very young child, he possessed an intuitive understanding of people and situations that allowed him to navigate the complex social dynamics of childhood with remarkable skill. He was the one who decided which neighborhood children were worth befriending and which ones were better avoided, the one who came up with elaborate schemes for obtaining candy or toys or access to places where children were not supposed to go. Stanford, despite being technically the older twin, was content to follow Stanley's lead in most matters, though his contributions to their partnership were no less valuable for being quieter and more thoughtful. Where Stanley provided the inspiration and the courage, Stanford supplied the careful planning and the technical knowledge that made their schemes actually work. He was the one who figured out how to build the elaborate contraptions they used in their games, the one who calculated the angles and distances needed for their more ambitious projects, and the one who usually remembered to bring the supplies they would need for their adventures. The extra fingers that marked Stanford as different from other children were initially a source of wonder rather than shame, at least within the protective bubble of his relationship with his twin. Stanley thought his brother's unique hands were the coolest thing in the world, and would often brag to other children about Stanford's super fingers, as if they were a superpower rather than a genetic anomaly. In their shared fantasy life, Stanford's polydactyly became a mark of his destined greatness, proof that he was meant for extraordinary things that ordinary six-fingered people could never achieve. Yet even in those early years, when the world still felt like a place of infinite possibility and their bond seemed unbreakable, there were subtle signs of the different paths their lives would eventually take. Stanford displayed an insatiable curiosity about how things worked, taking apart every mechanical toy or household appliance he could get his hands on, and usually managing to put them back together in working order. He would spend hours reading whatever books he could find, his young mind hungry for knowledge and understanding in ways that sometimes worried his parents and teachers. Stanley's interests ran in different directions entirely, focusing on people rather than objects and on stories rather than facts. He was fascinated by the tales that drifted up from his father's pawn shop, the fragments of human drama that came attached to the items people brought in to sell. A wedding ring might represent a love story gone wrong. A guitar could speak of musical dreams deferred, and a child's toy might hint at family tragedies too painful to discuss directly. Stanley absorbed these stories with the same intensity that Stanford brought to his technical studies, building an understanding of human nature that would serve him well in the years to come, though not always in ways his family would approve of. The twins' shared love of adventure and mystery found its greatest expression in their fascination with tales of buried treasure and lost fortunes. The New Jersey coastline was rich with stories of pirates and shipwrecks, of chests full of gold coins buried in the sand by desperate men who never lived to return and claim their wealth. Stanley and Stanford would spend entire weekends combing the beaches with metal detectors they had built themselves, following treasure maps they had created based on fragments of local legend and their own fevered imaginations. It was during one of these treasure hunting expeditions that they discovered the old boat that would become the centerpiece of their shared dreams and the symbol of everything they hoped their futures might hold. The vessel was little more than a rotting hull, half buried in the sand behind an abandoned warehouse, its paint long since stripped away by salt and wind, and its wooden planks warped beyond any hope of seaworthiness. Yet to the eyes of two 8-year-old boys, It was the most beautiful thing they had ever seen. A ship that needed only their love and labor to transform it into a vessel worthy of the greatest adventures. They named her the Stan-O-War, a designation that perfectly captured both their shared identity and their grand ambitions for the future. The boat became their most treasured possession and their most ambitious project, the focus of countless hours of work, as they slowly and painstakingly restored her to something approaching functionality. Stanford approached the restoration with his usual methodical precision, researching proper boat-building techniques and calculating the structural modifications that would be needed to make their dream seaworthy. Stanley provided the vision and the enthusiasm that kept them working even when the task seemed impossible. His unwavering belief in their eventual success, carrying them through moments when more practical minds might have given up. The Stan-O-War represented more than just a boat to the twins. She was a promise they made to each other, a tangible symbol of their commitment to stay together and share whatever adventures life might offer. They would spend hours sitting in her partially restored cabin, planning the voyages they would take when they were old enough to sail away from Glass Shard Beach and explore the wider world that awaited them. They dreamed of sailing to tropical islands where ancient treasures lay hidden beneath the sand, of visiting distant ports where exotic cultures would welcome them as honored guests, and of having adventures that would make them legends worthy of the storybooks they loved to read. As the twins grew older and started school, the differences in their abilities and interests became more pronounced. Though their bond remained as strong as ever, Stanford proved to be a gifted student whose academic achievements quickly set him apart from his classmates. His natural intelligence combined with an incredible work ethic that impressed even the most demanding teachers. He seemed to absorb new concepts effortlessly, whether they involved complex mathematical equations or the intricacies of scientific theory, and he had a gift for asking questions that revealed depths of understanding far beyond his years. Stanley's academic record was far less impressive, not because he lacked intelligence, but because his mind worked in ways that traditional educational approaches failed to recognize or nurture. He was brilliant at reading people and situations, capable of understanding complex social dynamics and human motivations, with an intuition that his teachers found both impressive and slightly unsettling. Yet, when faced with standardized tests or formal assignments that required him to demonstrate his knowledge in conventional ways, he often struggled to translate his understanding into the specific formats that academic success demanded. The disparity in their scholastic achievements created tensions within the Pines household that grew more pronounced with each passing year. Philbrick, who had always viewed his sons primarily in terms of their potential economic value to the family, began to pin all his hopes and expectations on Stanford, while treating Stanley with increasing disappointment and disdain. The older man would spend hours discussing Stanford's latest academic triumph, or his prospects for earning scholarships to prestigious universities, while Stanley's accomplishments, his natural leadership abilities, his gift for making people laugh, his talent for finding creative solutions to practical problems, went largely unnoticed and unappreciated. This favoritism created a dynamic that might have destroyed the relationship between the twins, as it has destroyed countless sibling bonds throughout history. Yet Stanley never showed any resentment toward his brother for receiving the attention and praise that he himself craved. Instead, he seemed genuinely proud of Stanford's achievements and protective of his brother's sensitive nature in ways that sometimes surprised adults who expected sibling rivalry to dominate their relationship. When other children made fun of Stanford's extra fingers or called him names because of his academic success, Stanley was always there to defend him, his fierce loyalty never wavering despite the personal cost. The bullying that both twins faced, though for different reasons, created a bond between them that went beyond mere family affection and into the realm of shared survival. Stanley was targeted because of his association with his weird brother and his own tendency to challenge authority figures who treated students unfairly. Stanford faced harassment because of his physical differences and his intellectual gifts that made other children feel inadequate and resentful. Together, they developed strategies for avoiding the worst of the abuse and supporting each other through the inevitable confrontations that could not be avoided. Stanley became remarkably skilled at deflecting negative attention away from his brother and onto himself, using humor and misdirection to diffuse potentially dangerous situations. He would tell jokes that turned Stanford's differences into sources of admiration rather than mockery, or he would create elaborate distractions that drew the bully's focus away from intellectual targets and toward more immediate concerns. When words and wit were not sufficient, he was willing to fight, his scrappy determination often proving more effective than size or training in defending what mattered most to him. Stanford, meanwhile, used his analytical mind to study their tormentors and develop systematic approaches to avoiding or neutralizing threats. He learned to identify the social dynamics that led to bullying behavior and became skilled at manipulating those dynamics to their advantage. When direct confrontation became unavoidable, he would use his knowledge of physics and engineering to create ingenious devices that leveled the playing field between himself and larger, more physically imposing opponents. Their collaboration in the face of adversity strengthened the twins' partnership and deepened their mutual dependence in ways that would shape both of their personalities for the rest of their lives. Stanley learned to see himself primarily as a protector and provider, someone whose value lay in his ability to shield others from harm and to find practical solutions to immediate problems. Stanford came to rely on his brother's social skills and street wisdom to navigate aspects of human interaction that his own analytical mind struggled to understand, while also developing a sense of guilt about the sacrifices Stanley made on his behalf. As they entered their teenage years, the pressure to define their individual identities and plan for their separate futures began to create new strains in their relationship, though neither twin was initially willing to acknowledge these growing tensions. Stanford's academic excellence had attracted the attention of college scouts and scholarship committees, creating opportunities for him to attend prestigious universities that his family could never have afforded otherwise. These offers represented everything the family had hoped for in terms of economic advancement and social mobility, yet they also meant that Stanford would have to leave Glass-Shard Beach and pursue a future that could not include his twin brother. Stanley watched these developments with a mixture of pride and growing dread, understanding that his brother's success would inevitably lead to their separation, while being unable to articulate his fears without seeming to stand in the way of Stanford's dreams. He threw himself even more completely into their shared projects, working on the Stano War with desperate intensity, as if completing their boat might somehow prevent the changes that seemed increasingly inevitable. The vessel became not just a symbol of their partnership, but a tangible reminder of the promises they had made to each other about staying together and sharing their adventures. Yet, even as Stanley worked to preserve their childhood dreams, he was beginning to develop his own identity and his own ambitions that existed independently of his relationship with his brother. His natural charisma and his gift for understanding what people wanted to hear had begun to manifest in more sophisticated ways as he discovered his talent for salesmanship and persuasion. He could talk his way out of trouble with teachers and authority figures, convince other students to lend him money or possessions, and charm adults into giving him opportunities that his academic record alone would never have warranted. These early experiments with manipulation and persuasion were largely innocent, the normal testing of boundaries that characterizes adolescent development. Yet they also represented the first steps toward the skills that would define Stanley's adult life, for better and for worse. He was learning that words could be weapons and shields, that the right story told at the right moment could change everything, and that people's desires and fears could be leveraged to achieve practical goals that more conventional approaches could never reach. The twins' final year of high school brought all these simmering tensions to a head in ways that neither of them was fully prepared to handle. Stanford's academic achievements had reached the point where his acceptance to a prestigious university seemed virtually guaranteed, while Stanley's grades and test scores had fallen to levels that made even community college admission uncertain. The contrast between their prospects could no longer be ignored or minimized, creating a reality that threatened to shatter the shared identity they had maintained since childhood. It was in this atmosphere of mounting pressure and unspoken fears that the incident occurred which would change everything between them and set both twins on paths they had never intended to follow. The science fair that was meant to be Stanford's crowning achievement became instead the moment when their childhood bond was finally and irrevocably broken, though neither brother would understand the full implications of what happened until many years had passed. The project that Stanford had developed for the fair was a perpetual motion machine of incredible sophistication, a device that seemed to violate the fundamental laws of physics, while actually exploiting loopholes in those laws that his brilliant mind had discovered through months of careful research. The machine represented the culmination of everything he had learned about science and engineering, a demonstration of genius that would virtually guarantee his acceptance to the university of his choice and the full scholarship that would make that education possible. Yet on the morning of the fair, disaster struck in a way that seemed too perfectly timed to be entirely accidental, though the truth of what happened would remain unclear for decades to come. The machine that had worked flawlessly during hundreds of hours of testing suddenly malfunctioned during the crucial demonstration, sparking and smoking before dying completely in front of the judges who had come specifically to see Stanford's work. The failure was so complete and so public that it effectively ended his chances of winning the fair or impressing the university representatives who had attended the event. The aftermath of this catastrophe revealed fault lines in the Pines family that had been building for years but had never been openly acknowledged. Philbrick, faced with the collapse of his carefully laid plans for Stanford's future and the family's economic advancement, needed someone to blame for the disaster. His suspicions fell immediately on Stanley, whose presence near the machine that morning and whose history of minor troublemaking made him a convenient scapegoat for the family's disappointment and rage. The accusation that Stanley had deliberately sabotaged his brother's project created a crisis that exposed the fundamental dysfunction in the Pines household and the impossible position that both twins had been forced to occupy. Stanley found himself caught between his desire to defend himself against false accusations and his unwillingness to reveal the more complex truth about what had actually happened that morning. Stanford, meanwhile, was torn between his love for his brother and his own devastation at seeing his dreams destroyed. The confrontation that followed was unlike anything the family had previously experienced, an explosion of years of accumulated resentment and unspoken disappointment that left emotional wreckage in its wake. Philbrick's rage at Stanley was so complete and so vicious that it revealed the conditional nature of his paternal love and his fundamental inability to see his sons as anything more than potential sources of profit or disappointment. The words he spoke that night cut deeper than any physical blow could have, attacking not just Stanley's actions but his worth as a person and his right to remain part of the family. In the end, the decision was swift and brutal in its finality. Stanley was given a single night to pack his belongings and leave the family home, banished not just from the house but from the family itself, with a completeness that seemed to deny his very existence. He was 18 years old, legally an adult, but emotionally still a child, who had never imagined a future that did not include his twin brother by his side. The world that had always seemed full of possibilities suddenly contracted to the contents of a single duffel bag and the few dollars he had managed to save from odd jobs and small schemes. The last conversation between the twins took place in the darkness of their shared bedroom, with Stanley preparing to leave forever and Stanford struggling with conflictions that he could not fully articulate. The words they spoke to each other were filled with hurt and confusion, both brothers trying to express feelings that were too complex and painful for their limited emotional vocabulary. Stanley wanted to explain what had really happened that morning, to make Stanford understand that his actions had been motivated by love rather than jealousy, but the time for such explanations had passed. Stanford, for his part, was caught between his intellectual understanding that his brother had been treated unfairly and his emotional devastation at seeing his life's work destroyed. He wanted to defend Stanley against their father's accusations, to stand up for the bond that had defined both of their lives. Yet he also could not bring himself to fully forgive what he believed his brother had done. The silence that fell between them in those final moments spoke louder than any words could have, carrying within it the weight of dreams deferred and promises broken. As dawn broke over Glass Shard Beach, Stanley Pines walked away from the only home he had ever known, carrying everything he owned in a single bag, and leaving behind a family that had chosen to sacrifice one son's future in a desperate attempt to salvage another's. The Stan-O War remained in the sand where they had built her together, a monument to childhood dreams that would never be fulfilled and a bond that seemed broken beyond any possibility of repair. Yet even in that moment of ultimate rejection and abandonment, Stanley carried within him something that his family's cruelty could not touch: the love he felt for his brother, and the unshakable belief that someday, somehow, they would find their way back to each other. It would take 30 years, and a journey that would carry him to the farthest corners of the country and the darkest depths of human experience. But that love would endure through everything that was to come, waiting patiently for the moment when it could finally bridge the gap that tragedy and misunderstanding had created between them. The boy who left Glass Shard Beach that morning was still innocent in many ways, still believing in the fundamental goodness of people and the possibility that hard work and determination could overcome any obstacle. The man he would become through the trials that awaited him would be harder and more cynical, scarred by experiences that would have broken lesser spirits. Yet somewhere deep inside, he would always remain the child who had built boats and dreamed of adventures, who had protected his brother without counting the cost, and who had believed that family was the most important treasure of all. The first night that Stanley Pines spent as a homeless exile was also the coldest he had ever experienced, not because the temperature had dropped below freezing, but because the chill that settled into his bones came from a source that no amount of external warmth could ever touch. He had walked for hours through the empty streets of Glass Shard Beach, his duffel bag growing heavier with each step as the reality of his situation began to sink in with the inexorable weight of an avalanche. The familiar landmarks of his childhood, the corner store where he and Ford had bought penny candy, the playground where they had spent countless afternoons, the pier where they had fished and dreamed of adventures, all seemed to belong to someone else's life now. Memories from a past that had been severed as cleanly as a rope cut with a sharp knife. When exhaustion finally forced him to stop walking, Stanley found himself in an area of town he had rarely visited, a collection of abandoned warehouses and empty lots that spoke of economic decline and forgotten dreams. The building he chose for shelter was little more than a concrete shell with broken windows and graffiti-covered walls, but it offered protection from the wind that was beginning to blow in from the ocean. He spread his jacket on the cold floor and used his duffel bag as a pillow, trying to find a position that might allow him to sleep despite the hardness of the concrete and the unfamiliar sounds that echoed through the empty space around him. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with dreams that felt more real than waking life visions of the Stano War, sailing through waters that stretched to the horizon, with himself and Ford standing side by side at the wheel, as they had always planned to do. He would wake repeatedly throughout that first night, momentarily forgetting where he was, and reaching out for his brother before remembering that Ford was miles away, sleeping in the warm bed they had once shared. The silence that surrounded him was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a complete absence of the familiar sounds that had always marked the rhythm of his days and nights. Morning brought not hope, but a harsh light that illuminated the full scope of his predicament with unforgiving clarity. Stanley had exactly $17.38 in his pocket, money he had earned from odd jobs and saved with the vague intention of spending it on improvements to their boat. His clothing was limited to what he had managed to pack in his hurried departure, and his possessions consisted of nothing more valuable than a few books, some tools, and a photograph of himself and Ford taken the previous summer, when they had still believed their futures were inextricably linked. The first lesson in survival came from his empty stomach, a gnawing reminder that the basic necessities of life cost money he did not have and required resources he had never learned to obtain on his own. For breakfast, he eventually managed to buy a stale donut and a cup of coffee from a convenience store clerk, who looked at him with suspicious eyes. Cost him $2.47, a significant portion of his total wealth that disappeared with frightening speed. The mathematics of homelessness became clear to him with brutal efficiency. At this rate of spending, he would be completely broke within a week, and then his situation would become desperate in ways he could barely imagine. His attempts to find legitimate work in Glass Shard Beach proved futile with a consistency that would have been comical if the stakes had not been so high. The town's economy was already struggling, with more people looking for jobs than there were positions available, and Stanley's lack of a permanent address or reliable transportation made him an unattractive candidate, even for the most basic employment. Store managers would take one look at his rumpled appearance and his nervous demeanor and politely explain that they were not currently hiring, their voices carrying the unspoken message that someone like him was not the kind of employee they wanted representing their businesses. The rejection he faced was not merely professional but deeply personal, cutting to the heart of his sense of self-worth in ways that his family's abandonment had not fully prepared him to handle. Each no felt like a confirmation of his father's assessment that he was worthless. Each closed door seemed to validate the decision to cast him out from the only community he had ever known. Yet something stubborn and defiant in Stanley's nature refused to accept defeat, a core of determination that had been forged in years of protecting his brother and fighting against bullies who thought they could intimidate him into submission. It was this refusal to surrender that led him to his first tentative experiments with the darker side of survival, activities that his previous life of middle-class respectability had never prepared him to consider. The wallet he lifted from a distracted tourist's back pocket contained $43 and a driver's license from Pennsylvania, money that would buy him food for several days, an identification that might open doors his own name could not. The guilt he felt was overwhelming at first, a sick feeling in his stomach that seemed to confirm every negative thing his father had ever said about his character and his prospects for the future. Yet the relief of having money in his pocket again, the simple security of knowing he could eat dinner that night, and perhaps find a cheap motel room where he could shower and sleep in an actual bed, gradually overshadowed his moral qualms about how he had obtained these Stanley began to rationalize his actions with increasing sophistication, telling himself that wealthy tourists would barely notice the loss of such a small amount of money, while it meant the difference between survival and starvation for someone in his position. These justifications became easier to make as his circumstances grew more desperate and his options narrowed to an ever smaller range of increasingly questionable choices. His education in petty crime accelerated rapidly, as necessity forced him to learn skills that no classroom had ever taught and no parent had ever prepared him to master. The art of pickpocketing required not just manual dexterity, but an understanding of human psychology and social dynamics that drew upon the same intuitive grasp of people that had always been Stanley's greatest strength. He learned to identify likely targets by their clothing and behavior, to approach them at moments when their attention was focused elsewhere, and to extract wallets and purses with movements so smooth and natural that even alert victims rarely realized they had been robbed until much later. The techniques he developed were informed by careful observation of the people around him and systematic experimentation with different approaches to see which ones produced the best results with the lowest risk of detection. He discovered that tourists were generally the safest targets because they were distracted by unfamiliar surroundings and unlikely to report crimes to local police who might not take their complaints seriously. Business people in expensive suits often carried large amounts of cash but were also more likely to notice when their wallets went missing, while elderly victims were easier to approach but often had so little money that the risk was hardly worth the potential reward. Within his first month on the streets, Stanley had developed a routine that allowed him to survive with something approaching stability, though it was a far cry from the comfort and security he had taken for granted during his years as part of the Pines family. He would spend his mornings scouting potential targets and his afternoons executing carefully planned thefts, always moving to different areas of town to avoid establishing patterns that might alert local law enforcement to his activities. Evenings were devoted to finding safe places to sleep and planning his activities for the following day, a process that required constant vigilance and adaptability as circumstances changed and new challenges emerged. The emotional toll of this lifestyle was perhaps even greater than the physical hardships he endured, though he learned to suppress his feelings with the same determination he brought to all aspects of survival. The constant stress of living outside the law created a hypervigilance that made it difficult to relax even in moments of relative safety, while the isolation imposed by his criminal activities cut him off from the normal human connections that might have provided emotional support during this difficult period. He was surrounded by people throughout his days, but remained fundamentally alone, unable to form genuine relationships with anyone who might discover his secrets and turn him in to the authorities. His attempts to maintain some connection to his former life proved painful in ways he had not anticipated, though he continued to make them with a persistence that bordered on masochism. He would sometimes walk past the Pines family home during the evening hours, hoping to catch a glimpse of Ford through the windows or perhaps to see some sign that his absence had been noticed and mourned. The sight of his family continuing their daily routines without any apparent acknowledgement of his existence was more devastating than any physical punishment could have been, confirming his worst fears about his expendability and his lack of importance in the lives of people he had loved more than his own safety. The rare letters he attempted to send home were returned unopened, his father's handwriting on the envelopes spelling out "return to sender," with a finality that made clear the completeness of his banishment. Ford never responded to the messages Stanley left at places where his brother might find them, though whether this was because Ford never received them or because he had chosen not to reply remained an agonizing uncertainty. The possibility that his twin brother had written him off as completely as the rest of the family was almost too painful to contemplate, yet it became increasingly difficult to avoid, as the weeks stretched into months with no sign of communication from the person who had once been closer to him than anyone else in the world. Stanley's first arrest came not from any sophisticated police investigation, but from simple bad luck and a moment of carelessness that he would spend years learning not to repeat. The wallet he had targeted belonged to an off-duty police officer whose situational awareness was far superior to that of the typical tourist or businessman. Stanley had grown accustomed to robbing. The chase that followed was brief but intense, ending when Stanley found himself tackled to the ground in an alley that offered no escape routes and no opportunity for the kind of clever misdirection that had saved him from previous close calls. The hours he spent in the county jail, waiting for his arraignment, provided his first real glimpse into a world he had heard about but never experienced. A realm governed by rules and hierarchies that bore no resemblance to anything his middle-class upbringing had prepared him to understand. The other inmates were a mixture of career criminals and desperate individuals whose circumstances were not so different from his own, though their reactions to his presence ranged from indifference to predatory interest, depending on how they assessed his potential value as either ally or victim. The public defender assigned to his case was a harried young woman who clearly had far too many clients and far too little time to devote to any of them, though she managed to negotiate a plea agreement that kept him out of prison in exchange for a guilty plea and a sentence of 6 months in county jail. The conviction would follow him for the rest of his life, a permanent mark on his record that would make legitimate employment even more difficult to obtain. But the alternative of fighting the charges and potentially facing a longer sentence seemed far worse given his complete lack of resources or connections. County jail was a harsh education in survival skills that went far beyond anything Stanley had learned during his months on the streets, teaching him lessons about human nature and social dynamics that would prove invaluable in the years to come, even as they hardened something essential in his character. The environment was one where weakness was punished swiftly and brutally, where respect had to be earned through demonstrations of toughness or cleverness, and where the ability to read people and situations could mean the difference between safety and serious physical harm. Stanley's natural charisma and his gift for understanding what people wanted to hear served him well in this environment, allowing him to navigate the complex social hierarchies of incarcerated life with greater success than his youth and inexperience might have suggested. He learned to project confidence even when he felt terrified, to make allies of people who might otherwise have seen him as prey, and to avoid conflicts that he could not win while positioning himself advantageously for those confrontations that proved unavoidable. The most valuable education he received during his incarceration came not from formal programs or therapeutic interventions, but from the informal mentorship of older inmates who recognized something of themselves in the angry young man who had been thrown away by his family and abandoned by society. These men had spent years or even decades moving through the criminal justice system, accumulating knowledge about cons and schemes and survival techniques that no legitimate institution would ever teach. They shared their expertise with Stanley not out of altruism, but because they saw potential in him that could eventually prove beneficial to their own interests. From a grizzled forger named Mickey, Stanley learned the basics of document alteration and identity theft, skills that would allow him to create new personas for himself when his real name became too well known to law enforcement. A confidence man, known only as Smooth Eddie, taught him the psychological principles that underlay successful scams, explaining how to identify marks who were vulnerable to particular types of deception and how to construct narratives that would overcome their natural skepticism and self-protective instincts. Perhaps most importantly, he learned from a career grifter named Carla Rossi the fundamental truth that would guide his criminal activities for the next 3 decades. The key to successful con artistry was not to take people's money, but to give them exactly what they wanted in exchange for that money, even if what they wanted was ultimately an illusion. People were not victims of deception, so much as willing participants in fantasies that made their lives more bearable, and the most successful criminals were those who understood this psychological reality and learned to exploit it with something approaching compassion. Stanley's release from county jail after serving 4 months of his sentence marked the beginning of a new phase in his criminal education, one characterized by increasingly sophisticated schemes and a growing network of contacts in the underground economy that operated parallel to legitimate society. The boy who had entered the justice system as a desperate pickpocket emerged as someone with the knowledge and connections necessary to attempt far more ambitious forms of larceny, though he also carried with him a hardness and cynicism that his younger self would barely have recognized. His first major con involved a fake charity scam that he operated in small towns throughout New England, presenting himself as a representative of a fictional organization dedicated to helping disadvantaged children, while actually pocketing the donations from well-meaning contributors who never thought to verify his credentials. The scheme was brilliantly simple in its execution and devastatingly effective in its results, generating more money in a single week than Stanley had managed to steal during his entire previous career as a petty thief. Yet the success also brought with it new kinds of risks and complications that his previous activities had not involved, including the attention of federal investigators who specialized in fraud cases and had resources far beyond those available to local law enforcement agencies. Stanley learned to stay ahead of these investigations by constantly moving from one location to another and by using multiple identities that made it difficult for authorities to track his activities across state lines. The nomadic lifestyle this strategy required was lonely and exhausting, but it also provided him with an education in American culture and geography that few people ever receive. His travels took him through small industrial towns in Pennsylvania, where the steel mills were beginning to close and desperate people were willing to believe almost anything that offered hope for a better future. He worked county fairs in Ohio and Indiana, selling miracle cures and get-rich-quick schemes to farmers who were struggling to make ends meet as agricultural prices fell, and corporate agribusiness began to dominate their traditional markets. In the mountain towns of West Virginia and Kentucky, he sold fake mining claims and worthless stock certificates to men who had spent their lives working in coal mines and dreaming of striking it rich on their own. Each location taught him something new about human nature and the infinite variety of ways that people could be convinced to act against their own best interests, lessons that he absorbed with the same intensity that Stanford had once brought to his academic studies. Stanley learned to speak the language of every community he visited, adopting local accents and using regional references that made him seem like someone who understood and shared the concerns of his potential victims. He studied local newspapers and listened to community gossip with the attention of an anthropologist, gathering information that he could use to make his pitches more convincing and his false identities more believable. The money he made from these increasingly sophisticated cons allowed him to live more comfortably than he had since leaving home, though he was careful never to display wealth in ways that might attract unwanted attention or make his claims of charitable purpose seem implausible. He stayed in modest motels and ate at local diners, driving used cars that were reliable but unremarkable, and dressing in clothing that suggested respectability without ostentation. The persona he cultivated was that of a hard-working middle-class professional who was dedicating his life to helping others, an image that was so far from his actual circumstances that maintaining it sometimes felt like a form of method acting. Yet beneath this carefully constructed facade Stanley remained fundamentally the same person who had protected his brother from bullies and dreamed of adventures on the high seas, though these core aspects of his personality had been overlaid with layers of cynicism and self-protection that made genuine emotional connections increasingly difficult to form. He told himself that the people he was deceiving could afford to lose the money they gave him, and that in many cases he was actually providing them with hope and excitement that was worth more than the cash they contributed to his fictional causes. These rationalizations became more elaborate and sophisticated as his crimes grew larger in scale and more devastating in their impact on the communities where he operated. Yet they were never quite convincing enough to silence the voice in his head that sounded suspiciously like his brother's, and that questioned whether the person he was becoming was someone Ford could ever love or respect. The gulf between his actions and his values created a psychological tension that he learned to manage through a combination of alcohol, constant movement, and the deliberate suppression of memories that might remind him of who he had once hoped to become. His first serious romantic relationship began in a truck stop diner outside Columbus, Ohio, where he met a waitress named Linda, who possessed a combination of beauty, intelligence, and world weariness that immediately appealed to his complicated emotional needs. She was perhaps 10 years older than Stanley, a woman who had already experienced enough disappointment and betrayal to be skeptical of grand promises while remaining somehow optimistic enough to believe that people could change and that love might still be possible even for those who had made serious mistakes. Linda saw through Stanley's false identity within days of their first meeting, recognizing the signs of someone living under an assumed name with a practitioner's eye that spoke of her own experiences with people who had reasons to hide their pasts. Yet instead of turning him into authorities or demanding explanations he was not prepared to give, she simply accepted the mystery of his background with the kind of pragmatic grace that comes from understanding that everyone carries secrets and that survival sometimes requires the flexibility to love people for who they are rather than who they claim to be. For several months, Stanley allowed himself to imagine that he might be able to build a normal life with Linda, settling into a routine that involved helping her with her shift work at the diner and sharing an apartment that was small and shabby, but felt more like home than any place he had lived since leaving Glass Shard Beach. He told himself that he was done with criminal activity and that the money he had saved from previous cons would be enough to support them while he looked for legitimate work, though he was careful not to examine too closely the practical obstacles that made such a transition unlikely given his criminal record and lack of verifiable employment history. The fantasy lasted until Linda's ex-husband was released from prison and began demanding money she did not have to pay debts that were not of her making, threatening violence against both her and Stanley if his demands were not met within a time frame that made conventional solutions impossible. Stanley's response to this crisis revealed the extent to which his years of criminal activity had changed him, as he handled the situation with a combination of deception, intimidation, and violence that terrified Linda even as it solved their immediate problem. The con he ran on Linda's ex-husband was masterful in its execution and brutal in its consequences, involving a fake inheritance scheme that convinced the man to sign over his parental rights and leave the state in pursuit of a fortune that existed only in Stanley's imagination. Yet Linda's reaction to witnessing this display of criminal expertise was not gratitude but horror, as she realized for the first time the full extent of what Stanley was capable of and what his protection of her might cost other innocent people in the future. Their relationship ended with a conversation that neither of them would ever forget. As Linda tried to explain why she could not continue to love someone who solved problems through deception and manipulation, while Stanley struggled to understand how she could reject him for using his skills to protect her from genuine danger. The gulf between their moral frameworks was too wide to bridge through compromise or understanding, leaving both of them with the painful knowledge that love alone was not sufficient to overcome fundamental differences in values and worldview. Stanley left Columbus with a broken heart and a deeper understanding of how his chosen lifestyle isolated him, not just from law enforcement and legitimate society, but from the possibility of genuine intimacy with anyone who might discover who he really was and what he had done to survive. The loneliness that followed was more profound than anything he had experienced during his early days on the streets, as he now understood what he was giving up by choosing to remain outside the boundaries of conventional life. His criminal activities became more daring and more profitable in the wake of his romantic disappointment, as if he were trying to compensate for his emotional losses through material gains that could never truly satisfy the deeper needs they were meant to address. He graduated from small-town charity scams to more sophisticated forms of fraud that involved fake business opportunities and investment schemes targeting wealthy individuals who had enough money to make the risks of federal prosecution seem worthwhile. These larger cons required more extensive preparation and more elaborate false identities, forcing Stanley to develop skills in forgery, acting, and financial manipulation that transformed him from a talented amateur into a true professional in the field of white-collar crime. He learned to research his marks with the thoroughness of a private investigator, studying their business interests and personal vulnerabilities until he understood them well enough to craft deceptions that would appeal to their specific desires and fears. The success of these ventures allowed him to live well for the first time since his exile from home, staying in expensive hotels and eating in fine restaurants while wearing clothing that projected an image of prosperity and respectability. Yet the lifestyle also required constant vigilance and careful attention to detail, as a single mistake or moment of carelessness could bring down the entire elaborate structure he had built around his false identities. The closest he came to capture during this period occurred in Miami, where a complex real estate scam he had been operating for nearly 6 months began to unravel when one of his victims hired a private investigator to verify his background. Stanley escaped arrest only through a combination of quick thinking and pure luck, abandoning thousands of dollars in cash and personal possessions as he fled the city with federal agents closing in behind him. The experience taught him valuable lessons about the importance of maintaining multiple escape routes and backup identities, but it also reinforced his growing sense that his criminal career was ultimately unsustainable, and that eventually his luck would run out in ways that would lead to long-term imprisonment or worse. Yet he continued to pursue increasingly ambitious schemes because he could see no alternative path that would allow him to support himself without revealing his true identity and accepting the consequences of his past actions. His travels during this period took him to cities and towns throughout the American South and Southwest, each location offering new opportunities for deception, while also presenting fresh challenges in terms of local law enforcement practices and regional cultural norms that he needed to understand and adapt to. He worked oil boom towns in Texas, where newly wealthy roughnecks were eager to invest their money in ventures that promised even greater returns, and he operated elaborate Ponzi schemes in retirement communities in Florida, where elderly victims were particularly vulnerable to promises of financial security in their declining years. The psychological toll of constantly deceiving people who trusted him began to manifest in ways that Stanley initially failed to recognize or understand, including insomnia, anxiety attacks, and episodes of depression that could last for days or weeks at a time. He learned to self-medicate with alcohol and prescription drugs obtained through forged prescriptions, creating additional risks for himself while providing only temporary relief from the emotional pain that seemed to grow stronger rather than weaker as time passed. The money he made from his crimes was significant, but also strangely unsatisfying, as it came with no sense of genuine accomplishment or progress toward any meaningful goal beyond simple survival. He had become trapped in a cycle where each successful con simply provided him with the resources necessary to attempt the next one, without ever bringing him closer to the kind of life he had once imagined for himself, or the reunion with his family that remained his deepest and most carefully hidden desire. As the years passed and Stanley's criminal skills reached new levels of sophistication, he began to attract the attention of other professional criminals who saw potential partnerships that could benefit everyone involved. These collaborations allowed him to attempt even more ambitious schemes while also providing him with something approaching friendship among people who understood and accepted the realities of life outside the law. Yet even these relationships were ultimately transactional rather than genuinely intimate, based on mutual benefit rather than genuine affection or shared values. Stanley learned to trust his criminal associates only as far as their own self-interest aligned with his, and he was betrayed often enough to understand that loyalty among thieves was largely a romantic fiction that bore little resemblance to the harsh realities of underground life. The decade that passed between his 20th and 30th birthdays transformed Stanley from a desperate refugee from family tragedy into a seasoned professional criminal whose skills were respected throughout the shadowy networks that connected con artists, forgers, and grifters across the country. Yet it also marked the gradual erosion of the optimism and fundamental decency that had characterized his younger self, replaced by a cynicism that protected him from further disappointment while also cutting him off from the possibility of genuine redemption or meaningful human connection. By the time he reached his 30s, Stanley had accumulated enough money to live comfortably for years without working, but he had also accumulated enough enemies and legal complications to make it impossible for him to settle down in any single location for extended periods. His life had become a constant performance in which he played roles designed to deceive others, while gradually losing touch with whatever authentic self might have existed beneath the layers of false identities and carefully constructed personas. The loneliness of this existence was perhaps its most devastating aspect, as Stanley found himself surrounded by people who knew and interacted with the characters he portrayed, but who had no knowledge of or interest in the actual person he had once been. The memories of his childhood with Ford had begun to feel like stories from someone else's life, distant and unreal, compared to the immediate challenges of staying ahead of law enforcement and maintaining the complex web of deceptions that his survival required. Yet something stubborn and indestructible in Stanley's core refused to accept that this was all his life would ever be. Some spark of hope that had survived every disappointment and betrayal he had endured. Deep in his heart, beneath all the layers of cynicism and self-protection, he continued to believe that someday he might find a way to return to the person he had been before tragedy and circumstance had forced him onto this path of deception and isolation. That hope would sustain him through the darkest years that were yet to come, carrying him through experiences that would test every survival skill he had learned and every defense mechanism he had constructed. The boy who had once dreamed of sailing away to adventure with his beloved brother was still alive somewhere inside the hardened criminal he had become, waiting patiently for the moment when love would prove stronger than fear, and when family bonds would finally overcome the wounds that had kept them separated for far too long. The 30s brought with them a sophistication to Stanley's criminal enterprises that his younger self could never have imagined. As the desperate pickpocket, who had once trembled at the thought of stealing a tourist's wallet, evolved into a master manipulator, capable of orchestrating schemes that spanned multiple states and involved sums of money that dwarfed the petty thefts of his early career. Yet with this professional growth came risks that were exponentially greater than anything he had faced during his apprentice years. dangers that went far beyond the possibility of arrest and imprisonment to encompass threats that could end his life in ways both sudden and brutal. The transformation from small-time grifter to major league con artist required Stanley to develop an entirely new set of skills and contacts, moving beyond the informal networks of county jail, alumni, and truck stop associates who had shaped his early criminal education. He began to cultivate relationships with people whose expertise in forgery, money laundering, and identity theft operated on scales that served international criminal organizations rather than individual desperados trying to survive on the margins of society. These connections opened doors to opportunities that promised rewards measured in hundreds of thousands of dollars rather than the hundreds he had once celebrated as major victories. His first truly sophisticated con involved a complex investment fraud that targeted wealthy retirees in Arizona retirement communities, playing on their fears of inflation and their desire to leave substantial inheritances to their children and grandchildren. The scheme required Stanley to assume the identity of a successful investment advisor from New York, complete with fabricated credentials from prestigious universities and forged references from financial institutions that existed only on paper but appeared entirely legitimate to anyone who attempted to verify his background through conventional means. The persona he created for this con was perhaps his most elaborate to date, requiring him to master the vocabulary and mannerisms of high finance, while also developing enough genuine knowledge about investment strategies to hold convincing conversations with sophisticated clients who had spent decades managing their own portfolios. He spent months preparing for the role, studying financial publications and attending seminars where he could observe real investment professionals in their natural habitat, absorbing their speech patterns and behavioral quirks with the attention to detail that a method actor might bring to preparing for a starring role in a major production. The success of this venture was intoxicating in ways that went beyond the mere financial rewards it provided, offering Stanley a glimpse of the respect and admiration that might have been his if he had chosen a different path in life and developed his natural talents for understanding and influencing people in legitimate rather than criminal directions. The wealthy clients who entrusted him with their life savings treated him with a deference that he had never experienced, seeking his advice on matters that extended far beyond financial planning and clearly viewing him as someone whose wisdom and expertise were worthy of their highest regard. For several months, Stanley allowed himself to imagine that he might be able to maintain this persona indefinitely, perhaps even transitioning into legitimate financial work, once he had accumulated enough money to pay for the credentials and licensing that would make such a career change possible. The fantasy was compelling enough that he began to research the requirements for becoming a legitimate investment advisor, studying for examinations that he would never be allowed to take given his criminal record. But that represented a path toward respectability that seemed almost within reach. Yet the very success of his deception contained within it the seeds of its inevitable destruction, as the large sums of money he was handling attracted the attention of federal investigators who specialized in financial crimes and had resources far beyond those available to the local law enforcement agencies he had previously encountered. The Securities and Exchange Commission began an investigation into his activities that was both methodical and relentless, conducted by experienced professionals who understood the techniques that sophisticated fraudsters use to conceal their crimes, and who had the patience necessary to build cases that would stand up in federal court. Stanley's first indication that his carefully constructed world was about to collapse came not from any dramatic confrontation with law enforcement, but from subtle changes in the behavior of his clients. who began asking questions about their investments with a level of suspicion that suggested someone had been speaking to them about potential fraud. The investigation had apparently begun with interviews of his victims, a standard procedure that allowed federal agents to gather evidence while also alerting the subjects of their inquiry that their criminal activities were under scrutiny. His escape from Arizona was a masterpiece of improvisation and misdirection that drew upon every survival skill he had learned during his years as a fugitive from conventional society. Within 6 hours of realizing that federal agents were closing in on his operation, Stanley had liquidated every accessible asset, destroyed all evidence that might connect him to his false identity, and disappeared from Phoenix in a way that left no trail for investigators to follow. The money he managed to salvage from the collapse of his investment scheme was substantial, but represented only a fraction of what he had been managing for his clients, most of which remained locked in accounts that he could no longer access without exposing himself to immediate arrest. The experience taught him valuable lessons about the importance of maintaining multiple escape routes and backup identities, but it also introduced him to a level of federal attention that would make his future activities far more dangerous and complex than anything he had previously attempted. His name and photograph were now in FBI databases. His fingerprints were on file with law enforcement agencies throughout the country, and his methods were being studied by investigators who specialized in tracking down individuals who thought they were clever enough to stay ahead of the most sophisticated law enforcement apparatus in the world. The months that followed his flight from Arizona were perhaps the most difficult of Stanley's criminal career, as he found himself operating under a level of scrutiny that made even simple activities fraught with risk and uncertainty. The false identities that had served him well in previous operations were no longer sufficient to protect him from investigators who had access to advanced computer databases and facial recognition technologies that could identify him from security camera footage or routine traffic stops. He was forced to invest considerable time and money in obtaining identity documents that were sophisticated enough to pass federal scrutiny, a process that brought him into contact with criminal organizations whose ruthlessness and violence made his own activities seem almost innocent by comparison. It was during this period of heightened danger and careful concealment that Stanley first encountered the international criminal networks that operated smuggling routes between the United States and South America, organizations that dealt in commodities far more dangerous than the financial fraud that had been his specialty. These groups were always in need of individuals who possessed American citizenship and the ability to travel freely across international borders, skills that made Stanley valuable enough to them that they were willing to overlook his lack of experience in their particular areas of expertise. His first assignment for these new associates involved what he was told was a simple courier mission to Colombia, carrying a briefcase full of documents that he was assured contained nothing more dangerous than business contracts and financial records. The job paid more money than Stanley had ever received for a single operation, enough to support him comfortably for several years. If he chose to invest it wisely, rather than immediately spending it on the kind of lifestyle that had previously gotten him into trouble with law enforcement. Yet the simplicity of the assignment and the generosity of the compensation should have warned him that he was involving himself in activities that were far more serious and dangerous than anything he had previously attempted. Though his desperation for money and his confidence in his own abilities to handle unexpected complications overrode the caution that might have saved him from what was to come. The briefcase he carried contained not business documents but detailed intelligence about American law enforcement operations in South America, information that was worth millions of dollars to the drug cartels that were engaged in an ongoing war with federal agents attempting to disrupt their smuggling networks. Stanley's discovery of the briefcase's true contents occurred by accident during a layover in Miami, when a combination of curiosity and boredom led him to examine what he had been hired to transport. The revelation that he was facilitating narcotics trafficking, operations that were directly responsible for violence and corruption throughout Central and South America, created a moral crisis that went beyond anything he had previously faced, forcing him to confront the possibility that his criminal activities were causing harm that extended far beyond the financial losses suffered by his usual victims. The decision he made in that Miami airport hotel room would haunt him for the rest of his life, as he chose to continue with the mission rather than abandon it and forfeit the money he desperately needed to maintain his independence and freedom. He told himself that the information would reach its destination whether or not he delivered it, that his refusal to complete the assignment would simply result in someone else being hired to do the job, and that the harm being caused by the drug cartels was not his responsibility, since he was merely a messenger who had no control over how the intelligence he carried would be used. These rationalizations became increasingly difficult to maintain, as Stanley witnessed firsthand the violence and corruption that characterized the Colombian drug trade, seeing evidence of murders and kidnappings that were directly connected to the organizations he was serving. The city of Bogotá in the early 1980s was a war zone where federal agents, local police, cartel enforcers, and government officials engaged in conflicts that claimed dozens of lives every week and created an atmosphere of terror that affected everyone who lived or worked in areas controlled by the various criminal organizations. His brief stay in Colombia provided Stanley with an education in violence and brutality that his previous criminal activities had not prepared him to understand or cope with, exposing him to levels of human suffering that made his own troubles seem trivial by comparison. The people he met who worked for the cartels were not romantic outlaws or clever con artists like himself, but individuals who had been corrupted by exposure to unlimited money and the power that came from being willing to use deadly force against anyone who opposed their interests. The assignment that was supposed to take 3 days stretched into 2 weeks, as Stanley found himself trapped in Bogotá by a combination of law enforcement, crackdowns and cartel violence that made international travel extremely dangerous for anyone connected to the drug trade. He spent those weeks hiding in a series of safe houses that ranged from luxurious apartments to squalid tenements, always accompanied by armed guards, whose job was as much to prevent his escape as to protect him from rival organizations that might want to capture and interrogate him about his knowledge of American law enforcement operations. His eventual escape from Colombia was the result of pure luck, rather than careful planning, as a raid by Colombian military forces on the compound where he was being held created enough chaos and confusion to allow him to flee in the company of several other American citizens who had also become inadvertently involved in the drug trade. The journey back to the United States involved a harrowing overland trip through jungle terrain that was controlled by various armed groups, followed by a dangerous boat ride across the Caribbean that nearly ended in disaster when their vessel was intercepted by what appeared to be either pirates or rival smugglers. Stanley arrived back in Miami with nothing but the clothes on his back, and a profound understanding of how close he had come to disappearing forever in a foreign country where American citizenship provided no protection against people who resolved disputes through violence rather than negotiation. The money he had been promised for the courier mission never materialized, and his attempts to contact his employers were met with threats that made clear his association with them was now a liability that could only be resolved through his permanent silence about everything he had witnessed and experienced. The psychological trauma of his Colombian adventure manifested in ways that Stanley initially failed to recognize or understand, including nightmares, anxiety attacks, and a hypervigilance that made it difficult for him to trust anyone or feel safe even in familiar environments. He began to drink heavily as a way of managing these symptoms, creating additional problems that complicated his attempts to rebuild his criminal career and establish new sources of income that would allow him to maintain his independence without exposing himself to the kind of dangers he had barely survived in South America. His return to the United States also brought with it the realization that his brief absence had not reduced federal interest in his activities, but had actually intensified it, as investigators had apparently connected him to the international criminal networks he had briefly served. The level of surveillance he was now under made it virtually impossible for him to operate the sophisticated financial frauds that had been his specialty, forcing him to return to smaller-scale crimes that offered less money but also attracted less attention from law enforcement agencies that had the resources to mount complex investigations. The used car lot he established in Nevada represented his attempt to create a semi-legitimate business that could provide him with both income and cover for other activities, though the operation was thoroughly dishonest in ways that went far beyond the minor deceptions that characterized most businesses in the automotive industry. Stanley specialized in selling vehicles that had been damaged in accidents or floods, and then cosmetically restored to hide their defects, targeting customers who lacked the knowledge necessary to identify the problems that would inevitably emerge after their purchases. The skills required to operate this business successfully were not entirely different from those that had made him effective as a con artist, involving the same ability to read people and tell them what they wanted to hear, while concealing information that would change their purchasing decisions if they were aware of it. Yet the used car business also provided him with something approaching legitimacy, as his activities were technically legal even if they were ethically questionable, and the steady income it generated allowed him to maintain a fixed address and something resembling a normal lifestyle for the first time in years. His success in the automotive business was built on his understanding of the psychological factors that influenced purchasing decisions, particularly the tendency of buyers to focus on superficial appearances while ignoring more substantive concerns about mechanical reliability and long-term value. Stanley became expert at presenting damaged vehicles in ways that emphasized their attractive features while minimizing attention to their underlying problems, using lighting, positioning, and carefully choreographed demonstrations to create impressions that were technically truthful but fundamentally misleading. The lot itself was a masterpiece of psychological manipulation, disguised as a legitimate retail operation, with every detail designed to create confidence and urgency, while discouraging the kind of careful inspection that would reveal the true condition of the vehicles being sold. Stanley learned to use music, refreshments, and carefully timed interruptions to control the pace and focus of sales interactions, ensuring that customers made emotional rather than rational decisions about purchases that would cost them thousands of dollars in repairs and maintenance over the years to come. Yet even this relatively minor form of fraud carried with it risks that extended beyond the possibility of civil lawsuits or consumer protection violations, as Stanley discovered when several of his customers were injured in accidents that were directly related to the concealed damage in vehicles he had sold them. The guilt he felt about these incidents was complicated by his understanding that the injuries might have been prevented if he had been honest about the vehicle's histories. Though he managed to avoid legal liability through careful documentation that technically satisfied his disclosure obligations under state law, the moral compromises required to maintain his business success created a psychological burden that Stanley initially tried to ignore, but that eventually manifested in depression and anxiety that made it difficult for him to enjoy the financial security he had worked so hard to achieve. He found himself drinking more heavily and sleeping less, symptoms that he attributed to the stress of running a business, but that actually reflected his growing awareness that his activities were causing real harm to people who trusted him to deal with them honestly. His attempts to form romantic relationships during this period were complicated by his inability to be entirely honest about his background and his current activities, creating barriers to intimacy that left him feeling isolated even when he was in the company of people who cared about him. The women he dated sensed that he was holding back important information about himself, and their efforts to get closer to him emotionally were met with deflections and outright lies that ultimately made genuine connection impossible. The most serious relationship he attempted during his Nevada years was with a local school teacher named Patricia, who possessed the kind of intelligence and moral integrity that both attracted and intimidated him, representing everything he might have become if he had made different choices at crucial moments in his life. Patricia's genuine goodness and her faith in human decency created a contrast with Stanley's cynicism and moral flexibility that initially seemed complementary but ultimately proved to be insurmountable. Stanley's feelings for Patricia forced him to confront aspects of himself that he had spent years trying to ignore or rationalize, including the extent to which his criminal activities had damaged not only his relationships with others but also his relationship with himself. He began to imagine what it might be like to abandon his dishonest business practices and create a genuinely legitimate life with someone who could love and respect him for who he actually was, rather than who he pretended to be. Yet his attempts to change his behavior and operate his business more honestly proved to be financially unsustainable, as customers who were given complete information about vehicle histories chose to shop elsewhere rather than purchase cars that required immediate and expensive repairs. The competitive disadvantage created by honesty was so severe that Stanley faced the choice between bankruptcy and a return to the deceptive practices that had made his business successful, a dilemma that ultimately revealed the impossibility of building a legitimate life on a foundation of criminal expertise. His relationship with Patricia ended when she discovered the true nature of his business practices and realized that the man she had been dating was fundamentally dishonest in ways that extended far beyond mere commercial exaggeration. The conversation in which she confronted him about his deception was one of the most painful of Stanley's life, as she expressed not anger but disappointment that someone she had believed in had chosen to build his success on the exploitation of other people's trust and ignorance. The breakup forced Stanley to acknowledge that his criminal lifestyle had created barriers to genuine human connection that could not be overcome through charm or good intentions, but only through fundamental changes in behavior that he was not prepared to make. The loneliness that followed was more profound than anything he had experienced since his early days on the streets, as he now understood what he was sacrificing by choosing to remain outside the boundaries of conventional morality and legal behavior. His business began to deteriorate in the aftermath of his romantic failure, as Stanley lost the motivation necessary to maintain the careful attention to detail that successful fraud required. His sales presentations became perfunctory, his customer service declined, and his ability to project confidence and enthusiasm was undermined by depression and self-doubt that he could not entirely conceal from potential buyers. The financial losses that resulted from this decline in performance created additional stress that further damaged his psychological state and his ability to function effectively in any capacity. The health problems that began to manifest during this period were initially dismissed by Stanley as temporary inconveniences that could be ignored or managed through alcohol and over-the-counter medications, but they eventually became severe enough to force him to confront the possibility that his lifestyle was literally killing him in slow motion. The chest pains and shortness of breath he experienced during moments of particular stress were symptoms of cardiovascular problems that were exacerbated by decades of poor diet, excessive drinking, and the constant psychological pressure of living outside the law. His first heart attack occurred in the office of his car lot on a particularly busy Saturday afternoon, striking him down in front of customers and employees who had no idea how to respond to such a medical emergency. The paramedics who responded to the emergency call found him unconscious on the floor of his office, surrounded by the financial records and sales contracts that represented his life's work, but seemed suddenly insignificant compared to the basic biological processes that were failing within his body. The weeks he spent recovering in the hospital provided Stanley with the first extended period of enforced rest and reflection he had experienced in decades, creating an opportunity to examine his life and choices without the distractions and pressures that usually prevented such introspection. The doctors who treated him were blunt about the need for lifestyle changes that would reduce his risk of future cardiac events, recommendations that went beyond simple dietary modifications to encompass fundamental alterations in the sources and levels of stress that characterized his daily existence. Yet the prospect of abandoning the criminal lifestyle that had shaped his identity for more than 20 years seemed almost impossible to contemplate, not only because it would require him to develop entirely new skills and sources of income, but also because it would force him to confront the reality of all the time and opportunities he had wasted during his decades as a fugitive from conventional society. The man who emerged from the hospital was physically weakened but psychologically unchanged, still committed to the path he had chosen despite growing evidence that it was leading toward destruction rather than redemption. His attempts to rebuild his business after his cardiac episode were hampered by medical restrictions that limited his physical activity and cognitive abilities that had been affected by the heart attack, in ways that were subtle but significant. The quick thinking and verbal agility that had always been his greatest assets as a con artist were diminished by fatigue and medication side effects that made it difficult for him to maintain the energy and focus that successful deception required. The car lot limped along for several more months before finally succumbing to a combination of financial pressures and Stanley's inability to provide the kind of hands-on management that the business required to remain profitable. The closure forced him to confront not only the loss of his primary source of income, but also the failure of his attempt to create something resembling a legitimate life, leaving him once again dependent on criminal activities that his deteriorating health made increasingly difficult to execute successfully. As his 40th birthday approached, Stanley found himself taking inventory of a life that seemed to consist mainly of missed opportunities, broken relationships, and the accumulation of regrets that grew heavier rather than lighter with the passage of time. The money he had earned during his most successful criminal enterprises had been spent or lost through poor investments and expensive mistakes, leaving him with little to show for decades of effort beyond a collection of false identities and the kind of survival skills that were useful only for people who had chosen to live outside the boundaries of civilized society. The realization that he was growing older without having built anything of lasting value or formed any relationships that might survive, the revelation of his true nature, created a crisis of meaning that alcohol and criminal success could no longer adequately address. For the first time since his exile from the Pines family, Stanley began to seriously consider the possibility of attempting to reconnect with the people he had left behind, though the prospect of facing his brother after so many years of separation and criminal activity seemed almost too daunting to contemplate. The letters he began writing to Ford during this period were never sent, representing attempts to explain and justify choices that seemed increasingly inexplicable and unjustifiable even to himself. Each draft revealed new aspects of his shame and self-loathing, while also exposing the depth of his continued love for the brother who had once been closer to him than anyone else in the world. Emotions that had survived every disappointment and betrayal he had experienced during his years of exile and criminal activity. The decision to reach out to Stanford would eventually come not from courage or wisdom, but from desperation, born of the growing awareness that his current path was unsustainable and that the alternatives available to him were becoming fewer and less attractive with each passing year. The postcard that would arrive from Oregon would represent not just an opportunity for reconciliation, but possibly his last chance to become someone worthy of the love and respect he had forfeited through decades of poor choices and moral compromise. Yet, even as Stanley contemplated the possibility of reunion with his brother, he remained fundamentally unchanged in the ways that mattered most, still committed to the patterns of deception and self-protection that had become so deeply ingrained in his character that abandoning them seemed impossible, regardless of how much damage they had caused to his relationships and his sense of self-worth. The man who would eventually travel to Gravity Falls would be older and more desperate than the boy who had left Glass Shard Beach, but he would also carry within him the same capacity for love and sacrifice that had once made him willing to give up everything to protect the person who mattered most to him in the world. The postcard arrived on a Tuesday morning in late September 1975, slipping through the mail slot of Stanley's dingy motel room in Rico, New Mexico, with the quiet persistence of fate finally catching up to someone who had spent 3 decades trying to outrun his own history. The image on the front was a garish tourist photograph of something called the Mystery Shack, a ramshackle wooden building surrounded by towering pine trees that seemed to dwarf the structure with their ancient majesty. Yet it was not the picture that made Stanley's hands tremble as he held the card, but the familiar handwriting on the back, 6-fingered and precise as always, forming words that carried the weight of 30 years of silence and separation. "Please come," the message read in Stanford's unmistakable script, followed by an address in Gravity Falls, Oregon, and nothing more. No explanation of what had prompted this contact after so many years of absolute silence, no hint of forgiveness or anger, no indication of whether this was an invitation born of love or desperation, or something else entirely. Just those 2 words and an address, as if the complexity of their shared history and the magnitude of their estrangement could be bridged by the simple act of geographic proximity. Stanley read and reread the postcard until the words were burned into his memory, searching for hidden meanings in the careful formation of each letter, while simultaneously afraid to hope that this might represent the reconciliation he had dreamed of but never dared to actively pursue. The rational part of his mind warned him that this could be a trap, that after all these years Stanford might have contacted him only to gain some form of revenge for the science fair incident that had destroyed his academic prospects and changed the trajectory of both their lives in ways that could never be undone. Yet even as these cautious thoughts flickered through his consciousness, Stanley was already moving with the decisive energy that had characterized all the major decisions of his adult life, throwing his few possessions into the battered suitcase that had been his constant companion through decades of wandering and preparing to embark on a journey that would carry him back toward the only person who had ever truly known and understood him. The motel room he abandoned contained nothing of value beyond the furniture that had come with it, a testament to how little he had accumulated during his years of criminal activity despite the substantial sums of money that had passed through his hands. The drive from New Mexico to Oregon took him through landscapes that seemed designed to mirror the emotional terrain he was traversing, from the sun-baked desert that had been his most recent refuge to the rolling hills, and eventually the dense forests that characterized the Pacific Northwest. He drove almost continuously, stopping only for gas and the minimal amounts of food and sleep necessary to keep himself functional, as if afraid that any delay might cause his courage to fail or provide Stanford with time to reconsider whatever impulse had prompted him to reach out after so many years of silence. The small town of Gravity Falls revealed itself gradually as Stanley's ancient car wound through mountain roads that seemed to grow narrower and more isolated with each passing mile, until he began to wonder if he had somehow taken a wrong turn and was driving toward a destination that existed only in his increasingly desperate imagination. Yet the road signs confirmed that he was heading in the right direction, and eventually, the forest opened up to reveal a community that seemed to exist in a pocket of reality, slightly removed from the ordinary world he had known during his decades of wandering. The town itself was small enough that he could see most of it from the main road, a collection of buildings that ranged from genuinely historical structures to tourist-oriented businesses that had been designed to look older than they actually were. There was something about the place that struck him as fundamentally different from the countless small towns he had passed through during his criminal career. Though he could not immediately articulate what quality made Gravity Falls seem so unique among the forgotten communities that dotted the American landscape. His first glimpse of the Mystery Shack came as he rounded a curve in the road that led away from the town center and into the deeper forest, and the sight of the building hit him with an emotional impact that he had not anticipated and was not prepared to handle. The structure was exactly as it had appeared in the postcard photograph, a ramshackle wooden edifice that seemed to have been assembled from whatever materials had been readily available, decorated with signs and attractions that proclaimed it to be Oregon's most mysterious tourist destination. Yet, it was not the building's obvious commercial purpose that moved Stanley so deeply, but rather something indefinable about its proportions and positioning that reminded him of the elaborate forts and hideouts that he and Stanford had built during their childhood adventures in Glass Shard Beach. This was clearly the creation of someone whose imagination had been shaped by the same dreams of mystery and adventure that had once bound the Pines twins together, and the recognition of his brother's sensibilities in the architectural chaos before him filled Stanley with a mixture of hope and trepidation that made it difficult to breathe normally. The parking area in front of the Mystery Shack was empty, except for a single vehicle that Stanley immediately recognized as belonging to Stanford, despite the 30 years that had passed since he had last seen his brother's preferred mode of transportation. The car was practical and well-maintained, but unremarkable, exactly the kind of vehicle that someone with Stanford's personality would choose for its reliability and efficiency, rather than any aesthetic considerations or status implications. Stanley sat in his own car for several minutes after parking, gathering the courage necessary to take the final steps that would bring him face to face with the person who had once been closer to him than anyone else in the world, but who was now essentially a stranger whose reactions and intentions remained completely unknown. The weight of 30 years pressed down upon him like a physical burden, carrying with it all the accumulated mistakes and regrets that he would have to somehow acknowledge or explain if this reunion was to have any chance of success. When he finally emerged from his car and approached the front door of the Mystery Shack, his movements were those of a man walking toward either salvation or damnation, unsure which fate awaited him, but committed to facing whatever consequences his long-ago actions had set in motion. The door opened before he could knock, as if Stanford had been watching for his arrival and timing his appearance with the same precision he had once brought to their childhood schemes and adventures. The man who stood in the doorway was recognizably Stanford Pines, though the decades had marked him in ways that spoke of intellectual pursuits carried to extremes that bordered on obsession. His hair had gone prematurely grey and grown wild in a manner that suggested little concern for conventional grooming standards, while his clothing consisted of practical work garments that were stained with substances Stanley could not immediately identify. Most striking of all were his eyes, which held depths of knowledge and experience that seemed almost alien compared to the enthusiastic curiosity that had characterized Stanford's younger self. The silence that stretched between them in those first moments contained within it all the words that had never been spoken, all the apologies that had never been offered, and all the explanations that had never been demanded. Stanley found himself searching Stanford's face for some indication of the reception he might expect, while Stanford seemed to be conducting his own evaluation of the man his brother had become during their decades of separation. "You came," Stanford said finally, his voice carrying undertones of surprise despite the fact that he had been the one to initiate this contact. The words were spoken so quietly that Stanley had to strain to hear them, as if Stanford was afraid that speaking too loudly might shatter whatever fragile possibility had brought them together in this moment. "You called?" Stanley replied, his own voice roughened by years of cigarettes and hard living, but still recognizably the same instrument that had once shared secrets and jokes with the person standing before him. The exchange was almost ritualistic in its simplicity, acknowledgement of cause and effect that managed to encompass both the immediate circumstances of their reunion and the broader pattern of their relationship that had always involved one brother reaching out and the other responding despite whatever obstacles might stand in their way. Stanford stepped aside to allow Stanley to enter the mystery shack, and the interior that revealed itself was even more extraordinary than the exterior had suggested. Every available surface was covered with exhibits and displays that ranged from obviously fabricated attractions designed to amuse tourists to genuine artifacts and specimens that suggested serious scientific research was being conducted alongside the commercial entertainment. The overall effect was that of a mad scientist laboratory disguised as a carnival sideshow, a combination that perfectly captured the intersection of Stanford's intellectual brilliance and his need to support himself through means that would not attract unwanted attention from academic or government authorities. As Stanley moved through the displays, examining creatures preserved in jars and reading descriptions of phenomena that defied conventional scientific explanation, he began to understand that whatever Stanford had been doing during their 30 years of separation went far beyond the normal boundaries of scholarly research into realms that most people would consider purely fictional. The evidence surrounding him suggested that his brother had discovered things about the nature of reality that challenged fundamental assumptions about what was possible and what was real. "This is incredible, Ford," Stanley said, using his brother's childhood nickname for the first time in 3 decades and feeling a rush of emotion at the familiar intimacy the word represented. "What is all this stuff? Where did you find it?" Stanford's reaction to hearing his old nickname was subtle but unmistakable, a slight relaxation in his posture and a softening around his eyes that suggested the barriers he had constructed during their years of separation were not entirely impermeable to the bonds that had once united them. Yet when he spoke, his words carried undertones of caution and fear that indicated the wonders surrounding them came with dangers that Stanley could not yet comprehend. "It's all real, Stanley," Stanford said, his voice carrying a mixture of pride and apprehension. "Everything you see here, everything I've documented and studied it, all exists right here in Gravity Falls. This town sits at the center of what I can only describe as a nexus of supernatural activity, a place where the normal laws of physics seem to operate according to different rules than anywhere else on Earth." The explanation that followed was both fascinating and terrifying, revealing that Stanford's academic career had not ended with the science fair disaster, but had instead taken directions that conventional universities could never have supported or understood. His research into anomalous phenomena had brought him to Gravity Falls nearly 6 years earlier, drawn by reports of supernatural occurrences that had initially seemed like folklore, but had proven to be literally true in ways that challenged everything he thought he knew about the nature of reality. The journals that Stanford showed him, leather-bound volumes filled with detailed observations and careful illustrations of creatures and phenomena that defied classification according to conventional scientific categories, represented a body of work that was simultaneously brilliant and deeply unsettling. Each page revealed new evidence that the world was far stranger and more dangerous than most people could imagine, populated by entities and governed by forces that operated according to logics that human minds were not equipped to fully comprehend. Yet even as Stanley marveled at the scope and implications of his brother's research, he could not ignore the signs that this work had exacted a terrible price from the person conducting it. Stanford appeared to be functioning on minimal sleep and inadequate nutrition, driven by obsessions that had consumed his life in ways that were clearly unhealthy and potentially dangerous. The isolation required by his research had cut him off from normal human contact, creating a loneliness that was apparent in his every gesture and expression. "This is why I called you," Stanford said as they reached the end of his tour through the more public areas of the Mystery Shack. "I need your help with something that I can't handle alone, something that requires absolute trust and complete secrecy. What I'm about to show you exists in violation of several federal laws and probably represents the most dangerous thing I've ever attempted to accomplish." The basement laboratory that Stanford revealed by triggering a concealed entrance was unlike anything Stanley had ever seen or imagined, a high-tech research facility that seemed to belong more in a science fiction movie than in the cellar of a tourist trap in rural Oregon. The equipment that filled the underground chamber was clearly the product of technologies that went far beyond anything available through conventional scientific suppliers, suggesting that Stanford's research had led him into areas that required resources and knowledge that could not be obtained through normal academic channels. Yet it was not the sophisticated instrumentation or the obvious expense of the installation that captured Stanley's attention, but rather the massive triangular portal that dominated the center of the laboratory like some kind of technological altar dedicated to forces beyond human understanding. The device was clearly inactive, its dark surface reflecting the overhead lights without revealing any hint of the energies it was designed to channel or the destinations it might connect to. "It's a trans-dimensional portal," Stanford explained, his voice carrying a mixture of pride and fear that suggested he understood both the magnitude of his achievement and the risks it represented. "I built it based on mathematical principles that I discovered during my research into the anomalous properties of gravity falls. It's designed to create a stable gateway between our dimension and others, allowing for exploration of realities that exist parallel to our own." The implications of what Stanley was seeing gradually sank into his consciousness with a weight that made it difficult to process the information rationally. His brother had not merely discovered supernatural phenomena, but had developed technologies that could manipulate the fundamental structure of reality itself, creating possibilities that were simultaneously wonderful and terrifying in their potential consequences. "Why are you showing me this?" Stanley asked, though part of him already suspected that the answer would involve requests and responsibilities that he was not prepared to handle. "What kind of help do you need that requires someone like me, rather than other scientists or government authorities who might actually understand what you're doing?" Stanford's expression grew even more troubled as he prepared to explain the circumstances that had prompted him to break their 30-year silence and reach out to the only person he trusted enough to involve in his most dangerous research. The story he told revealed that his work had attracted the attention of entities from other dimensions who viewed his portal as either a threat to be eliminated or an opportunity to be exploited for their own incomprehensible purposes. "There's something trying to get through," Stanford said, his voice dropping to a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might somehow alert the intelligence that was seeking to invade their reality. "Something that calls itself Bill Cipher. It's been visiting me in my dreams, trying to convince me to activate the portal and create a permanent gateway between dimensions. but I've studied enough about transdimensional entities to know that anything that wants access to our reality that badly is probably not something we want to give access to. The paranoia that had clearly consumed Stanford's life became more understandable as he described his growing awareness that he was being manipulated and threatened by forces that could reach him even in sleep, making it impossible for him to find any refuge from the psychological pressure being applied to force him into activating his creation. The isolation that had been necessary for his research had also made him vulnerable to influences that no human mind was equipped to resist without support from people who could provide both practical assistance and emotional grounding. Stanley found himself caught between admiration for his brother's incredible achievements and concern for the obvious toll that this work had taken on Stanford's mental and physical health. The man before him was clearly brilliant beyond anything Stanley had previously imagined. Yet he was also obviously struggling with challenges that had pushed him to the limits of his psychological endurance. "I need you to help me dismantle it," Stanford said, gesturing toward the portal with a mixture of regret and determination. "I need someone I can trust to help me destroy the most important work of my life, because keeping it intact is too dangerous to risk. Bill Cipher isn't going to give up trying to use me to open a gateway, and I don't know how much longer I can resist the pressure it's putting on my mind." The request hung in the air between them like a challenge that would test not only Stanley's willingness to help his brother, but also his ability to understand and respond to dangers that existed far outside his normal experience. Everything he had learned during his decades of criminal activity had prepared him to deal with human opponents whose motivations and methods he could comprehend. But the threat Stanford described operated according to rules and possessed capabilities that made conventional survival skills seem inadequate to the challenge. Yet even as Stanley struggled to process the full implications of what he was being asked to do, he found himself responding to his brother's obvious need with the same protective instincts that had characterized their childhood relationship. Whatever dangers they might face, whatever incomprehensible forces they might be challenging, the fundamental dynamic remained the same. Stanford needed help, and Stanley would provide it regardless of the personal cost. "Of course I'll help you," Stanley said, though the words carried more confidence than he actually felt about their chances of successfully confronting supernatural threats that could apparently manipulate reality itself. "Just tell me what you need me to do." The relief that passed across Stanford's features at hearing this commitment was so profound that it revealed just how desperate his situation had become during the years he had struggled alone against influences that no single person should ever have been expected to face. For the first time since Stanley's arrival, Stanford's expression carried something approaching hope, though it remained tempered by awareness that the task ahead of them would test their abilities and their relationship in ways that neither of them could fully anticipate. The reunion that should have been a celebration became instead a preparation for what might be their final collaboration, as the Pines twins prepared to face together a threat that had driven them apart once before and might well destroy them both before they could find their way back to the bond that had defined their childhood and shaped their destinies in ways both wonderful and terrible. The argument that erupted between the Pines twins in the basement laboratory of the Mystery Shack was not born of any single moment of disagreement, but rather from the accumulated weight of 30 years of separation, misunderstanding, and unresolved pain that had been compressed into the space of a few hours, and finally reached a pressure that could no longer be contained. What began as a discussion about the technical aspects of dismantling the portal gradually devolved into a confrontation about deeper issues that had never been properly addressed, wounds that had never been allowed to heal because both brothers had spent 3 decades avoiding the very conversation they were now being forced to have. Stanley's initial reaction to Stanford's request for help had been genuine and immediate, born from the same protective instincts that had always characterized his relationship with his twin brother. Yet, as the hours passed and he began to understand the full scope of what Stanford had accomplished during their years of separation, a different set of emotions began to surface, feelings of inadequacy and resentment that he had thought were buried too deeply to ever trouble him again. The basement laboratory represented achievements that were so far beyond anything Stanley could have imagined that they served as a painful reminder of the gulf that had always existed between his practical intelligence and Stanford's academic brilliance. Every piece of equipment, every journal entry, every carefully documented observation spoke of a mind that had continued to grow and develop during the decades when Stanley had been merely surviving, accumulating knowledge and capabilities that made his own life experiences seem trivial by comparison. "You did all this yourself?" Stanley asked as they began the careful process of documenting the portal's construction before attempting to dismantle it. The question carried undertones that went beyond simple curiosity about Stanford's research methods, touching on deeper issues about independence and accomplishment that had always been sources of tension between them. "I had some help from my research assistants over the years," Stanford replied. His attention focused on the technical diagrams he was reviewing rather than the emotional undercurrents in his brother's voice. "But yes, the theoretical work and the actual construction were primarily my own efforts. It took nearly 6 years to complete, working essentially around the clock for most of that time." The casual mention of research assistants struck Stanley like a physical blow, though he tried to hide his reaction behind questions that seemed focused on practical concerns rather than personal insecurities. The idea that Stanford had shared his work and his life with other people during the same period when Stanley had been completely cut off from any meaningful human connection was almost too painful to contemplate directly. "What happened to them?" Stanley asked, though he was not sure he wanted to hear the answer. "Your assistants, I mean. Are they still around to help with this?" Stanford's expression grew troubled in ways that suggested the fate of his research assistants was connected to the same supernatural dangers that had prompted him to contact Stanley for help with dismantling the portal. The story he told revealed that his work had become increasingly dangerous as it progressed, exposing everyone involved to risks that had eventually forced him to send away the people who had helped him in order to protect them from threats they were not equipped to understand or survive. "Fiddleford McGucket was my closest collaborator," Stanford said, his voice carrying deep regret and something approaching guilt. "He's a brilliant engineer who helped me solve some of the most complex technical challenges involved in portal construction. But the things we discovered, the entities we encountered during our research, they affected his mind in ways that conventional psychology can't address. I had to erase his memories of our work together to protect his sanity, but the process left him changed." The implications of what Stanford was describing gradually became clear to Stanley, as his brother explained how supernatural exposure could damage human consciousness in ways that were both subtle and devastating. The research that had produced such remarkable technological achievements had apparently come at a cost, measured not just in time and resources, but in the psychological well-being of everyone who had become too deeply involved in understanding forces that human minds were not meant to comprehend. Stanley found himself wondering what prolonged exposure to these same influences had done to Stanford's own mental state, and whether his brother's apparent paranoia and social isolation were symptoms of supernatural contamination rather than merely the predictable results of working alone for too long. The man before him was clearly still brilliant and fundamentally decent, but there were aspects of his behavior and reasoning that suggested his thinking had been altered by contact with entities that operated according to non-human logics. "So you sent away everyone who might have helped you because it was too dangerous for them to be involved," Stanley said, his tone carrying implications that Stanford seemed to miss entirely. But now you're asking me to get involved in the same work that was too dangerous for trained scientists and engineers. What makes you think I'm better equipped to handle these risks than people who actually understand what you're doing?" The question hung in the air between them like an accusation, though Stanley had not consciously intended it as an attack on his brother's judgment or consideration for his safety. Yet the words had emerged from feelings of inadequacy and abandonment that had been building throughout their reunion, emotions that transformed what should have been a reasonable inquiry about risk assessment into something that sounded uncomfortably like a challenge to Stanford's motives and methods. Stanford's reaction was immediate and defensive, his voice rising as he tried to explain the reasoning behind his decision to contact Stanley, rather than seeking help from academic colleagues or government authorities who might have greater technical expertise. The explanation he offered revealed assumptions about Stanley's nature and capabilities that were both flattering and deeply insulting, suggesting that his brother viewed him as someone who was uniquely suited for dangerous work because he had nothing to lose and no legitimate life that might be destroyed by supernatural exposure. "You're the only person I trust," Stanford said, his words carrying a desperation that made them sound more like pleading than explanation. "You're the only person who won't ask questions I can't answer, who won't try to involve authorities that would make everything worse, who won't abandon the work when it becomes dangerous. You're my brother, Stanley. Your family." The appeal to family loyalty might have been more persuasive if it had not come after 30 years of absolute silence, during which Stanford had never once attempted to contact Stanley or show any interest in his welfare or whereabouts. The sudden invocation of brotherhood felt opportunistic rather than genuine, as if Stanford had remembered their relationship only when he needed something that no one else could provide. "Family," Stanley repeated, his voice carrying a bitterness that he had not intended to reveal but could not suppress once the word had triggered memories that were too painful to ignore. "That's interesting, coming from someone who hasn't spoken to me in 30 years. Where was all this concern about family when I was sleeping in my car and eating out of dumpsters? Where was the brotherhood when I was getting arrested and spending time in county jail?" The accusations spilled out of Stanley with a force that surprised both brothers, revealing depths of hurt and resentment that had been accumulating since the day he had been banished from the family home in Glass Shard Beach. All the pain of rejection and abandonment that he had learned to suppress during his years of criminal survival came pouring out in words that were designed to wound as deeply as possible, to make Stanford understand what it had cost to be forgotten by the only person whose love and respect had ever truly mattered to him. Stanford's response was equally emotional but focused on different grievances that had apparently been festering in his own mind during their decades of separation. His version of their shared history emphasized not Stanley's suffering and abandonment, but his own losses and disappointments, the opportunities that had been destroyed, and the dreams that had been crushed by what he still believed had been deliberate sabotage motivated by jealousy and resentment. "I lost everything because of what you did," Stanford said, his voice shaking with anger that had been building for 30 years. "My scholarship, my future, my chance to make something meaningful of my life, all of it destroyed because you couldn't stand the thought of me succeeding where you had failed. And now you want me to feel sorry for you because you had to face the consequences of your own actions?" The confrontation that followed was unlike anything either brother had experienced since their childhood, a complete breakdown of the emotional barriers they had constructed during their adult lives, and a return to the raw honesty that had characterized their relationship before pride and hurt had driven them apart. Every grievance, every disappointment, every moment of pain and betrayal that they had endured came spilling out in words that were meant to inflict maximum damage, while also revealing vulnerabilities that neither had intended to expose. Stanley found himself defending actions and choices that he had never properly understood himself, trying to explain motivations that had been buried so deeply beneath layers of guilt and rationalization that he could not access them clearly enough to articulate them coherently. The The sabotage of Stanford's science project had indeed been deliberate, but it had been motivated not by jealousy but by a desperate desire to prevent their separation, a misguided attempt to keep them together that had achieved exactly the opposite result. "I did it because I couldn't stand the thought of losing you," Stanley said, the admission torn from him by exhaustion and emotional extremity. "You were going to go away to some fancy college and become a famous scientist, and I was going to be stuck in Glass Shard Beach working in Pa's shop for the rest of my life. We were supposed to sail away together, remember? We were supposed to have adventures and see the world. But you were ready to throw all of that away for some stupid scholarship." The confession hung between them like a bridge that might lead either to understanding or to complete destruction of whatever hope remained for their relationship. Stanford's reaction would determine whether Stanley's revelation of his deepest motivations would be met with compassion or condemnation, whether the truth would finally free them from the misunderstandings that had shaped both of their lives, or would instead provide final confirmation that their bond had been irreparably damaged by the choices they had made as children. Yet even as Stanley waited for his brother's response, part of him recognized that his own explanation was incomplete and inadequate, that the full truth about his motivations was more complex and darker than he was prepared to admit even to himself. The sabotage had indeed been motivated by fear of abandonment, but it had also been shaped by resentment and jealousy that he had never been willing to acknowledge, feelings that made his actions seem more selfish and destructive than the noble self-sacrifice he wanted to believe they had represented. Stanford's silence stretched on for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, as he processed information that recontextualized everything he thought he understood about the defining tragedy of both their lives. The revelation that Stanley's actions had been motivated by love rather than hatred changed the moral calculus of their relationship in ways that were both liberating and terrifying, offering possibilities for forgiveness and reconciliation, while also making clear the magnitude of the opportunities that had been lost through misunderstanding and poor communication. "You destroyed my life because you wanted us to stay together," Stanford said finally, his voice carrying wonder and horror in equal measure. "You sabotaged everything I had worked for because you thought it would somehow preserve our relationship. Do you have any idea how insane that sounds? Do you understand what you cost both of us through that single act of selfishness disguised as devotion?" The questions were not entirely rhetorical, though they carried implications that made it clear Stanford expected no answer that could possibly justify the scope of destruction that had followed from Stanley's moment of misguided intervention. Yet there was something in his tone that suggested the anger was beginning to be tempered by understanding, that the knowledge of Stanley's true motivations was making it possible to view their shared tragedy as something more complex than simple betrayal and abandonment. Stanley found himself unable to offer any defense of his actions beyond the raw honesty he had already provided, recognizing that his childhood decision had indeed been both selfish and destructive regardless of the love that had motivated it. The years of suffering that both brothers had endured could be traced directly back to his moment of panic and poor judgment, making him responsible not only for his own exile and criminal career, but also for Stanford's isolation and supernatural dangers. "I know I ruined everything," Stanley said, his voice barely audible above the hum of the portal's standby systems. "I know I'm the reason you ended up alone in this place, dealing with things that no one should have to face by themselves. I know I'm the reason our family fell apart, and we lost 30 years that we can never get back. But I never stopped loving you, Ford. Even when I hated myself for what I had done, even when I thought you would never forgive me, I never stopped hoping that somehow we might find our way back to each other." The admission of continued love despite everything that had happened between them seemed to break through the last of Stanford's emotional defenses, revealing the pain and loneliness that he had been carrying throughout his years of research and discovery. The achievements that had initially seemed to represent his triumph over the limitations that Stanley's sabotage had placed on his life were revealed instead as compensation for the isolation and abandonment that had shaped every aspect of his adult existence. "I missed you too," Stanford said, the words emerging as if they were being pulled from him against his will. "Every discovery I made, every breakthrough I achieved, every moment of success, all of it felt hollow because you weren't there to share it with me. I told myself that I didn't need anyone, that I was better off alone. But the truth is that nothing I accomplished felt real without having someone who understood what it meant." The reconciliation that began in that moment was neither complete nor simple, as both brothers recognized that admitting their continued love for each other was only the first step in rebuilding a relationship that had been damaged by decades of separation and mutual misunderstanding. Yet it was a beginning that neither had dared to hope for, a foundation upon which they might eventually construct something that honored their shared past, while also acknowledging the ways they had both changed during their years apart. The work of dismantling the portal provided them with a shared focus that made it easier to navigate the emotional complexities of their reunion, while also giving them opportunities to rediscover the collaborative dynamic that had characterized their childhood partnership. Stanley's practical intelligence and mechanical aptitude proved to be exactly what Stanford needed to safely deactivate systems that had been designed with theoretical brilliance, but little consideration for the maintenance and repair, issues that would inevitably arise. Yet even as they worked together with something approaching their old harmony, both brothers remained acutely aware that they were racing against time and supernatural forces that neither fully understood. The entity that Stanford had described as Bill Cipher continued to exert pressure through dreams and psychological manipulation, trying to prevent the portal's destruction while also attempting to turn the brothers against each other through the revival of old grievances and the introduction of new sources of conflict. The signs of this supernatural interference were subtle but persistent, manifesting as moments of irritability and suspicion that seemed to arise from nowhere and escalate into arguments that had no rational basis. Stanley found himself questioning Stanford's motives and competence in ways that felt foreign to his normal patterns of thought, while Stanford began to wonder whether Stanley's criminal background made him fundamentally untrustworthy despite his apparent willingness to help with the portal's dismantling. Their recognition that these negative feelings were being artificially induced, rather than arising from genuine disagreements, allowed them to resist the manipulation with greater success than either might have managed alone. The psychological pressure that had been wearing down Stanford's resistance during his months of isolation became more manageable when shared between two people who could remind each other of their true feelings and intentions when supernatural influences attempted to distort their real perceptions. The technical challenges involved in safely deactivating the portal proved to be even more complex than Stanford had initially anticipated, requiring modifications to systems that had never been designed for shutdown procedures, and dealing with energy patterns that behaved according to rules that defied conventional physics. Stanley's criminal experience with improvised solutions and creative problem-solving provided perspectives that complemented Stanford's theoretical knowledge, allowing them to develop approaches that neither could have conceived independently. Yet as they made progress toward their goal of complete portal deactivation, both brothers began to understand that they were also approaching a decision point that would determine not only the fate of Stanford's research, but also the future of their own relationship. Once the portal was destroyed, and the immediate supernatural threat was eliminated, they would need to decide whether Stanley would remain in Gravity Falls or return to his nomadic criminal lifestyle, a choice that would test their renewed bond in ways that their shared work had not yet required. The possibility that Stanley might stay and help Stanford rebuild his life on more sustainable foundations was appealing to both of them, yet it also raised practical questions about how someone with Stanley's background and legal complications could establish a legitimate existence in a small town where unusual behavior was likely to attract unwanted attention. The Mystery Shack itself represented a potential solution to these challenges, offering both a source of income and a cover identity that could allow Stanley to remain in Gravity Falls, while also providing Stanford with the human connection he desperately needed. The transformation of Stanford's research facility into a tourist trap would require sacrifices that went beyond the mere destruction of the portal, involving the conversion of genuine scientific discoveries into entertainment for visitors who would neither understand nor appreciate their true significance. Yet both brothers recognized that this compromise might be necessary not only for practical survival but also for psychological healing, providing them with a shared project that could help rebuild their partnership while also protecting them from the isolation and obsession that had nearly destroyed Stanford's sanity. As the portal's final shutdown sequence began, the Pines twins stood together in the basement laboratory that had been the scene of both Stanford's greatest achievement and his most dangerous temptation, preparing to close a chapter in both of their lives that had been defined by separation, misunderstanding, and the pursuit of individual dreams that had proven to be ultimately hollow, without the companionship that had made their childhood adventures meaningful. The future that awaited them was uncertain in ways that were both frightening and exciting, offering possibilities for redemption and renewal that neither had dared to imagine during their years of exile from each other's lives. Yet whatever challenges they might face in the years to come, they would face them together, united once again by the bond that had survived 30 years of separation and proven strong enough to overcome even the supernatural forces that had tried to keep them apart forever. The explosion that tore through the basement laboratory of the Mystery Shack on that October evening in 1975 was not the controlled deactivation that the Pines twins had spent weeks carefully planning, but rather a catastrophic failure that transformed their methodical dismantling process into a moment of chaos that would haunt both brothers for the rest of their lives. What should have been the final step in safely shutting down the portal instead became the beginning of a nightmare that would separate them once again, this time in ways that made their 30-year estrangement seem like a minor misunderstanding compared to the gulf that was about to open between their realities. The argument that preceded the disaster had seemed insignificant at the time, merely another in the series of disagreements that had punctuated their reunion as both brothers struggled to navigate the complex emotions of rebuilding a relationship that had been shattered by decades of separation and mutual resentment. Stanley had questioned one of Stanford's calculations, suggesting that the energy discharge sequence might be unstable if certain variables were not properly accounted for, while Stanford had insisted that his theoretical framework was sound, and that Stanley's concerns were based on practical experience that was not applicable to the exotic physics involved in trans-dimensional engineering. The tension between Stanford's academic expertise and Stanley's street-smart intuition had been a recurring theme throughout their collaboration on the Portal project, reflecting deeper issues about respect and recognition that had never been fully resolved despite their emotional reconciliation. Stanley felt that his contributions were being dismissed as the well-meaning but ultimately irrelevant input of someone who lacked the education necessary to understand what they were dealing with, while Stanford struggled to balance his appreciation for his brother's help with his conviction that certain decisions required expertise that only years of specialized study could provide. "You don't understand the mathematics involved here, Stanley," Stanford had said, his voice carrying the patient condescension of someone explaining complex concepts to a child. "The energy matrices I've calculated take into account quantum fluctuations and dimensional resonance patterns that aren't covered in any textbook you could possibly have read. I appreciate your concern, But this is precisely the kind of situation where theoretical knowledge is more important than practical experience. The dismissal stung more deeply than Stanley was willing to admit, touching on insecurities about his intelligence and worth that had been shaped by a lifetime of being compared unfavorably to his academically gifted brother. The criminal skills he had developed during his years of exile had required their own forms of intelligence and expertise, involving the ability to read people and situations with a sophistication that went far beyond anything taught in universities. Yet, in the face of Stanford's obvious brilliance and technical mastery, these abilities seemed crude and inadequate, leaving Stanley feeling like the same inadequate failure who had been banished from the family home 3 decades earlier. "Fine," Stanley had replied, his voice tight with suppressed anger and hurt. "You're the expert. You handle the fancy science stuff, and I'll just stand here and try not to break anything with my inferior understanding of how things work." The sarcasm in Stanley's response had triggered Stanford's own defensive reactions, reminding him of childhood dynamics where Stanley's charm and social skills had often made him feel inadequate despite his academic achievements. The years of isolation and supernatural pressure had made Stanford more sensitive to criticism and less capable of recognizing when his intellectual pride was damaging his relationships with the few people who cared enough about him to offer help and support. "That's not what I meant, and you know it," Stanford had said, though his tone suggested that Stanley's interpretation was not entirely inaccurate. "I just need you to trust me when it comes to areas where I have more experience and training than you do. This isn't about intelligence or worth. It's about specialization and expertise." Yet even as Stanford spoke these words, both brothers understood that the conflict was indeed about intelligence and worth, about recognition and respect, about all the issues that had driven them apart as children and continued to complicate their relationship as adults. The Portal Project had become a symbol of everything that divided them, as well as everything that united them, representing both Stanford's intellectual achievements and the isolation that those achievements had cost him. The technical disagreement that had sparked their argument involved the sequence of operations required to safely discharge the massive energies stored in the portal's capacitor arrays, a process that Stanford had calculated down to the microsecond, but that Stanley instinctively felt was moving too quickly to allow for proper monitoring and adjustment. Stanley's criminal experience had taught him to be suspicious of plans that relied too heavily on precise timing, having learned that real-world conditions rarely matched theoretical predictions, and that successful operations required flexibility and contingency planning that academic approaches often overlooked. "What happens if your calculations are off by even a few percent?" Stanley had asked, gesturing toward the readouts that showed energy levels climbing toward their discharge thresholds. "What if there's some variable you haven't accounted for, or some interaction between systems that doesn't work the way you expect it to? Shouldn't we be taking this slower, monitoring each step more carefully?" Stanford's response had been shaped by months of psychological pressure from supernatural forces that had made him increasingly paranoid and defensive about his work, turning reasonable questions into perceived attacks on his competence and judgment. The entity known as Bill Cipher had been whispering doubts and suspicions into his dreams for so long that he could no longer distinguish between legitimate concerns and manipulative attempts to undermine his confidence and Baylor decision-making abilities. "I've run these calculations hundreds of times," Stanford had insisted, his voice rising with frustration and barely controlled panic. "Every variable has been accounted for. Every contingency has been planned for. The only risk comes from deviating from the established procedures, from second-guessing mathematical certainties with amateur intuition and unfounded fears." The accusation that his concerns were based on amateur intuition rather than legitimate technical considerations, had pushed Stanley beyond his limits of patience and self-control, triggering responses that were rooted in decades of feeling dismissed and undervalued by people who considered themselves his intellectual superiors. The anger that erupted from him was not just about the immediate disagreement, but about every moment in his life when his contributions had been minimized or ignored because he lacked formal credentials or academic recognition. "Amateur intuition," Stanley had shouted, his voice echoing through the basement laboratory with a force that made the delicate equipment vibrate sympathetically. "Amateur intuition is what's kept me alive for 30 years while you've been hiding in this basement playing with your science experiments. Amateur intuition is what solved half the technical problems you've encountered during this whole project, because your theoretical knowledge doesn't account for the way things actually behave in the real world." The confrontation that followed was uglier and more vicious than either brother had intended, involving personal attacks and deliberate cruelties that were designed to inflict maximum emotional damage rather than resolve their technical disagreement. Stanley brought up Stanford's social isolation and his inability to maintain relationships with anyone who might challenge his intellectual authority, while Stanford attacked Stanley's criminal background and his history of destroying everything he touched through selfishness and poor judgment. "At least I've accomplished something with my life," Stanford had said, his words chosen specifically to wound as deeply as possible. "At least I've built something meaningful instead of spending 30 years running cons and stealing from people who trusted me. At least when I make mistakes, they're in service of advancing human knowledge instead of advancing my own selfish interests." The cruelty of the attack had left Stanley momentarily speechless, not because it was inaccurate, but because it was delivered by the one person whose opinion of him had always mattered more than his own self-respect. The dismissal of his entire adult life as nothing more than selfishness and criminality was particularly painful, coming from someone he had just helped escape from supernatural dangers that would have destroyed him if he had continued to face them alone. Stanley's response had been equally vicious and equally calculated to cause maximum pain, drawing on intimate knowledge of Stanford's vulnerabilities and insecurities that only a twin brother could possess. He attacked Stanford's pride in his scientific achievements by pointing out that his greatest discovery had been too dangerous to use and would have to be destroyed without ever benefiting anyone, making his life's work ultimately as meaningless as Stanley's criminal activities. "Meaningful accomplishments?" Stanley had said, his voice dripping with sarcasm and contempt. "Is that what you call building a machine that's too dangerous to turn on and too important to leave intact? Is that what you call hiding in the woods for 6 years while supernatural entities drive you slowly insane? At least my failures only hurt me and the people stupid enough to trust me. Your failures could have destroyed the entire world." The escalation continued as both brothers said things that could not be taken back, crossing lines that they had never crossed even during their childhood arguments, attacking not just each other's actions but their fundamental worth as human beings. The laboratory around them seemed to pulse with malevolent energy as their conflict intensified, as if the supernatural forces that had been trying to turn them against each other were finally succeeding in their manipulative campaign. It was in the midst of this emotional chaos that Stanley made the decision that would change both of their lives forever, a choice born of anger and hurt rather than careful consideration of consequences. The portal's control panel was within reach, its shutdown sequence paused at the final confirmation step that Stanford had been preparing to execute when their argument had begun. In a moment of pure rage and defiance, Stanley reached for the controls with the intention of forcing the shutdown to proceed regardless of Stanford's objections. "If you won't do it, I will," Stanley had declared, his hand moving toward the activation switch that would begin the final discharge sequence. I'm tired of standing around while you second-guess yourself into paralysis. Either we shut this thing down now, or I'm walking away and leaving you to deal with your supernatural stalker all by yourself." Stanford's reaction was immediate and physical, launching himself across the laboratory to prevent Stanley from touching controls that he believed would trigger a catastrophic explosion if operated by someone who didn't understand the precise timing and sequence requirements involved. The struggle that ensued was brief but intense, with both brothers grappling for control of the console while the portal's energy systems continued to build toward their discharge thresholds. "Get away from there!" Stanford had shouted, trying to pull Stanley away from the controls, while also attempting to reach the emergency shutdown switches that were located on the opposite side of the panel. "You don't understand what you're doing. One wrong move and you'll kill us both." The irony of Stanford's warning became apparent moments later, when his own efforts to prevent Stanley from making a mistake resulted in the very disaster he had been trying to avoid. In his desperation to regain control of the situation, Stanford had grabbed Stanley's arm just as his brother's hand contacted the activation switch, causing the command to be transmitted with improper timing that disrupted the carefully calibrated discharge sequence. The portal's response to the incorrectly executed shutdown command was immediate and catastrophic, as energy systems that had been designed to operate in perfect synchronization suddenly began working against each other in ways that their creators had never anticipated. The massive capacitors that stored the dimensional energies began discharging in random patterns that created feedback loops and harmonic resonances throughout the entire facility, while the portal's dimensional aperture began fluctuating between states of activation and deactivation in ways that tore at the fabric of space-time itself. The sound that emerged from the portal as it began its catastrophic malfunction was unlike anything either brother had ever heard, a combination of mechanical screaming and dimensional tearing that seemed to bypass their ears entirely and resonate directly in their bones and nervous systems. The very air in the laboratory began to thicken and distort as gravitational fields fluctuated wildly, creating pockets of altered physics where objects fell upward or moved in directions that had no names in conventional geometry. Stanley's first indication that something had gone seriously wrong came not from the obvious signs of mechanical failure, but from the expression of absolute horror that appeared on Stanford's face as he stared at the instrument, readings that were supposed to monitor the portal's operational status. The numbers and graphs that had represented orderly scientific data moments before were now displaying patterns that suggested the breakdown of physical laws themselves, indicating energy discharges and dimensional distortions that should have been impossible, according to any known theoretical framework. "What's happening?" Stanley had shouted over the increasing noise of the malfunctioning portal, though he suspected that the answer would be beyond his ability to understand or accept. "Can you fix it? Can you shut it down?" Stanford's response was barely audible above the chaos that surrounded them, his words carrying a desperation that made clear the full scope of the disaster they had accidentally triggered. The portal was not simply malfunctioning, but was actively tearing holes in the dimensional barriers that separated their reality from others, creating instabilities that were spreading outward from the laboratory at speeds that defied measurement and in directions that existed outside normal space-time. "It's not shutting down," Stanford had said, his voice cracking with terror and disbelief. "The dimensional matrix is collapsing, but the energy feedback is keeping the aperture open. It's creating a cascade failure that could spread throughout the entire dimensional substrate. If I can't stabilize it manually, the effects could be permanent and irreversible." The technical explanation was largely meaningless to Stanley, but the implications were clear enough from Stanford's obvious panic and the increasingly violent behavior of the portal itself. Whatever they had accidentally activated was beyond their ability to control through normal means, requiring interventions that would expose whoever attempted them to dangers that could destroy them in ways that conventional death would seem merciful by comparison. Stanford's decision to approach the portal directly, to attempt manual stabilization of systems that were tearing apart the fundamental structure of reality, was either incredibly brave or completely insane depending on one's perspective on self-sacrifice and heroic gestures. He moved toward the dimensional aperture with the determined stride of someone who had accepted that his own survival was less important than preventing a catastrophe that could affect countless innocent people throughout multiple dimensions. Stanley's understanding of what was about to happen came not from any comprehension of the underlying physics, but from simple observation of his brother's behavior and body language. Stanford was walking towards certain death or worse, accepting the consequences of their shared mistake with the same methodical precision he brought to all his scientific endeavors. The realization that he was about to lose his brother again, this time permanently, and as a direct result of their argument and his own interference with the controls, struck Stanley with a force that made the portal's dimensional distortion seem trivial by comparison. "Forward, wait," Stanley had called out, starting forward to follow his brother toward the portal despite having no clear idea of what he could do to help, or even whether his presence would make the situation better or worse. "Don't do this alone. We got into this mess together, and we should get out of it together." Yet even as Stanley spoke these words, he could see that Stanford was already beyond the reach of normal communication. His entire focus concentrated on the technical challenges of stabilizing forces that existed outside the normal boundaries of human experience. The portal had become a window into chaos itself, showing glimpses of realities where the laws of physics operated according to different rules, and where entities that defied description moved through landscapes that hurt to look at directly. The moment when Stanford was pulled into the dimensional aperture happened too quickly for Stanley to process consciously, though the image would be burned into his memory with a clarity that would haunt him for the next 30 years. One moment, his brother was reaching toward the portal's control mechanisms with the focused determination of someone attempting to defuse a bomb, and the next, he was being drawn into the swirling vortex of dimensional energy that had replaced the carefully calibrated gateway he had spent years constructing. Stanley's reaction was immediate and instinctive, launching himself toward the portal in a desperate attempt to grab his brother and pull him back from whatever fate awaited on the other side of the dimensional barrier. Yet the forces that had claimed Stanford were far beyond anything that human strength could overcome, and Stanley's efforts to reach him succeeded only in bringing himself dangerously close to being pulled through the aperture as well. The portal's final collapse happened with a suddenness that left Stanley sprawled on the laboratory floor, staring at empty space where moments before the most sophisticated piece of technology ever created had been tearing holes in reality itself. The silence that followed was absolute and deafening, made more profound by contrast with the chaos that had preceded it, leaving Stanley alone with the echo of his brother's final cry for help, and the terrible knowledge that Ford was gone in ways that made conventional death seem like a minor inconvenience. The laboratory around him was a ruin of twisted metal and shattered equipment, though the destruction was strangely localized around the portal's former location while leaving most of Stanford's research materials and personal possessions untouched. The journals that documented years of supernatural research lay scattered across the floor, their pages filled with observations and calculations that represented the accumulated wisdom of someone who had dedicated his life to understanding forces that had ultimately consumed him. Stanley's first coherent thought after the portal's collapse was the realization that he was now completely alone in a situation that he did not understand and was not equipped to handle, surrounded by evidence of supernatural phenomena that most people would dismiss as fantasy, but that he had just witnessed destroying the only person he had ever truly loved. The responsibility for what had happened was his to bear, as was the obligation to find some way to undo the disaster he had helped to create through his anger and interference. The decision to remain in Gravity Falls and assume Stanford's identity was not made through careful consideration of alternatives, but emerged from the simple recognition that abandoning the Mystery Shack would mean abandoning any possibility of ever seeing his brother again. If there was any chance that the portal could be rebuilt, any hope that Stanford might someday return from whatever dimension had claimed him, Stanley would need access to the research materials and equipment that would make such a rescue possible. The transformation from Stanley Pines into Stanford Pines began that very night, as Stanley gathered up the scattered journals and began the long process of learning to understand technologies and phenomena that challenged everything he thought he knew about the nature of reality. The criminal skills that had sustained him through 30 years of exile would prove surprisingly applicable to the challenges of maintaining a false identity and operating a business that served as cover for activities that could not bear official scrutiny. Yet even as Stanley prepared to begin the most ambitious and dangerous con of his criminal career, he remained motivated not by self-interest or survival instinct, but by love for the brother he had lost and determination to find a way to bring him home. The next 30 years would test every skill he had learned and every quality he possessed, but they would also prove that some bonds are strong enough to survive even the destruction of the physical laws that govern normal human existence. The years that followed Stanford's disappearance into the dimensional void transformed Stanley Pines from a desperate con man, clinging to false hope, into something far more complex and purposeful, though the change was so gradual that he himself rarely noticed the evolution taking place within his character and motivations. The basement laboratory that had been the scene of his greatest failure became his obsession and his sanctuary, a place where he could work in solitude on the most important project of his life, while maintaining the elaborate deception that kept the outside world from discovering the truth about what had happened to the Mystery Shack's original proprietor. The initial phase of his impersonation of Stanford had been fraught with dangers that went far beyond the obvious challenges of fooling government agents and academic colleagues who might have known his brother personally. The supernatural phenomena that had drawn Stanford to Gravity Falls in the first place continued to manifest throughout the town and surrounding forest, creating situations that required both scientific knowledge and survival instincts to navigate safely. Stanley's criminal background had prepared him for many forms of deception and misdirection, but it had not equipped him to deal with creatures and forces that operated according to rules that defied rational explanation. His education in the paranormal began with Stanford's journals, those leather-bound volumes that contained detailed observations and careful illustrations of every anomalous entity and phenomenon that had been encountered during 6 years of intensive research. Stanley approached these texts with the same methodical attention he had once brought to studying the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of potential victims, recognizing that his survival in Gravity Falls would depend on understanding threats that conventional wisdom insisted could not exist. The process of learning to read and interpret Stanford's scientific notation was complicated by Stanley's lack of formal education in physics and mathematics, forcing him to develop his own systems of comprehension that translated abstract theoretical concepts into practical survival information. Where Stanford had seen elegant equations describing dimensional resonance patterns, Stanley saw warning signs indicating when and where dangerous entities were likely to appear. Where Stanford had documented behavioral patterns of supernatural creatures with academic detachment, Stanley created tactical profiles that could guide his responses to actual encounters. The transformation of Stanford's research facility into a functioning tourist trap required skills that drew upon every aspect of Stanley's criminal expertise, while also demanding creativity and showmanship that went far beyond anything his previous cons had required. The genuine supernatural artifacts that filled the laboratory had to be carefully catalogued and hidden away, replaced with fabricated exhibits that would entertain visitors while protecting them from exposure to phenomena that could damage their sanity or endanger their physical safety. The fake attractions that Stanley created for the Mystery Shack were masterpieces of misdirection that served multiple purposes simultaneously, generating the income necessary to fund his secret portal research, while also discrediting the very idea that genuine supernatural phenomena existed in Gravity Falls. By presenting tourists with obviously fraudulent exhibits like the six-legged cow and the Sasquatch, Stanley created a public impression that anyone claiming to have witnessed genuine, anomalous activity in the area was either delusional or attempting to capitalize on local folklore for commercial purposes. This strategy of hiding truth behind layers of obvious falsehood was perhaps the most sophisticated deception Stanley had ever attempted, requiring him to maintain multiple levels of performance simultaneously while never allowing any of his various audiences to suspect that they were not seeing the complete picture. Government agents who investigated reports of supernatural activity in Gravity Falls found only a small-time tourist trap run by an eccentric academic who seemed more interested in separating gullible visitors from their money than in conducting serious research. Local residents who encountered genuine anomalous phenomena were encouraged to dismiss their experiences as products of imagination or intoxication, rather than evidence of anything that might attract unwanted official attention. The financial aspects of running the Mystery Shack proved to be surprisingly challenging despite Stanley's extensive experience with various forms of fraud and deception. The legitimate business requirements involved tax obligations, employee regulations, and safety inspections that were far more complex than the simple cash-only operations he had conducted during his criminal career. The need to maintain detailed financial records, while also concealing the massive expenditures required for portal research, forced him to develop accounting systems that were technically legal, but creatively structured in ways that would have impressed his former criminal associates. His first employee was Jesus Ramirez, a young man who preferred to be called Suze, and whose mechanical aptitude and unquestioning loyalty made him an invaluable asset in maintaining both the Mystery Shack's tourist operations and the secret portal project that consumed most of Stanley's time and resources. Suze possessed an intuitive understanding of mechanical systems that complemented Stanley's theoretical knowledge gained from studying Stanford's journals, allowing them to tackle engineering challenges that would have been impossible for either to solve independently. The relationship that developed between Stanley and Suze was unlike anything Stanley had experienced during his decades of isolation and criminal activity, representing his first genuine human connection since his reunion and subsequent loss of Stanford. Suze treated Stanley with a combination of respect and affection that was completely unrelated to fear or self-interest, offering loyalty that was freely given, rather than purchased through manipulation or coercion. The young man's presence in the Mystery Shack provided Stanley with both practical assistance and emotional support, though he was careful to maintain enough distance to protect Suze from the dangers associated with his secret research. The portal project itself progressed with agonizing slowness during the early years, as Stanley struggled to understand technologies that had been developed by someone whose intellectual capabilities far exceeded his own. The mathematical principles underlying trans-dimensional engineering were almost incomprehensible to someone with Stanley's educational background, requiring him to develop entirely new ways of thinking about problems that challenged the fundamental assumptions of conventional physics. His approach to these challenges was necessarily pragmatic rather than theoretical, focusing on making things work, rather than understanding why they worked according to the elegant principles that had guided Stanford's original research. The financial cost of rebuilding the portal was staggering in ways that even Stanley's most successful criminal enterprises had never prepared him to handle, requiring expenditures on exotic materials and specialized equipment that drained his resources faster than the Mystery Shack's legitimate operations could replenish them. The components necessary for trans-dimensional engineering existed on the very edges of human technological capability, available only through grey market suppliers who charged premium prices for items whose intended applications they preferred not to investigate too closely. Stanley's criminal skills proved invaluable in locating and acquiring these specialized materials, as the networks of black market dealers and underground suppliers he had cultivated during his decades of illegal activity proved to have connections to the kinds of resources that legitimate scientific institutions could never access. The same contacts who had once provided him with forged documents and stolen goods now helped him obtain rare earth elements and precision-manufactured components whose very existence was classified information in most countries. The physical demands of portal construction were almost as challenging as the intellectual and financial obstacles Stanley faced, requiring him to work with dangerous energies and toxic materials that posed constant threats to his health and safety. The basement laboratory became a hazardous environment where a single mistake could result in radiation exposure, chemical burns, or worse consequences that could not be treated by conventional medical procedures. Stanley's determination to bring his brother home sustained him through injuries and illnesses that would have discouraged more cautious individuals, though he was careful to conceal the physical toll his work was taking from the few people who might have expressed concern about his welfare. The isolation imposed by his secret research was perhaps the most difficult aspect of Stanley's new life in Gravity Falls, as the need to maintain his deception prevented him from forming the kinds of genuine relationships that might have provided emotional support during the darkest moments of his project. Even his friendship with Suze was limited by the secrets he could not share, creating barriers that protected the young man from dangerous knowledge, while also preventing Stanley from receiving the understanding and encouragement that close companionship might have offered. The hiring of Wendy Corduroy as a part-time employee brought a different kind of energy to the Mystery Shack, as the teenage girl's casual attitude towards supernatural phenomena and her natural skepticism about adult authority figures made her an ideal addition to Stanley's carefully constructed facade. Wendy's presence helped reinforce the impression that the Mystery Shack was nothing more than a harmless tourist attraction run by people who understood the difference between entertainment and genuine scientific research, while her practical competence and reliability made her valuable in maintaining the day-to-day operations that generated the income necessary to fund Stanley's portal work. The relationship that developed between Stanley and his employees was complicated by his need to maintain the deception that he was Stanford, while also protecting them from knowledge that could put them in danger from supernatural forces or government agents. The persona he presented to them was carefully crafted to incorporate elements of both his own personality and what he remembered of Stanford's character, creating a composite identity that was neither completely false nor entirely authentic, but served the practical purpose of maintaining their loyalty and trust without exposing them to risks they were not equipped to handle. The seasonal cycles of tourism that governed life in Gravity Falls provided natural rhythms for Stanley's work, as the busy summer months when the Mystery Shack attracted the most visitors alternated with quieter periods when he could devote more time and energy to his portal research. The income generated during tourist season had to sustain not only the legitimate operations of the business, but also the expensive components and materials required for trans-dimensional engineering, creating financial pressures that required careful management and creative solutions to maintain both aspects of his double life. The challenges of maintaining his impersonation of Stanford became more complex as the years passed, and the differences between the twins' personalities became more apparent to people who had known the original proprietor of the Mystery Shack. Stanley's natural charisma and sales instincts were fundamentally different from Stanford's academic reserve and scientific precision, requiring him to develop acting skills that went far beyond the simple cons he had employed during his criminal career. The persona he presented had to be believable not only to casual acquaintances, but also to government agents and academic colleagues who might have detailed knowledge of Stanford's background and behavior patterns. The supernatural threats that Stanford had documented in his journals continued to manifest throughout Gravity Falls, creating situations that required Stanley to respond with knowledge he had gained from studying his brother's research, rather than from direct experience with anomalous phenomena. His approach to these encounters was necessarily more cautious and defensive than Stanford's had been, as he lacked both the scientific curiosity and the theoretical understanding that had driven his brother to seek out dangerous entities for research purposes. The gnomes that inhabited the forest around Gravity Falls proved to be among the more benign supernatural entities Stanley encountered, though their mischievous nature and tendency to organize elaborate schemes for acquiring human wives made them a constant source of minor problems that required diplomatic rather than violent solutions. Stanley's criminal experience with managing difficult personalities and negotiating mutually beneficial arrangements served him well in dealing with creatures whose motivations were comprehensible, even when their methods were unconventional. More dangerous were the shape-shifting entities that Stanford had catalogued as Category 10 threats, creatures whose ability to mimic human appearance and behavior made them potentially devastating to anyone who encountered them without proper preparation and protective measures. Stanley's encounters with these beings tested his ability to distinguish between genuine humans and supernatural imposters, a skill that required constant vigilance and an understanding of behavioral patterns that went beyond ordinary human psychology. The government agents who occasionally investigated reports of unusual activity in Gravity Falls represented a different kind of threat, one that Stanley was better equipped to handle due to his extensive experience with law enforcement during his criminal career. The techniques he had developed for avoiding detection and misdirecting official investigations proved highly effective against federal bureaucrats who were looking for evidence of supernatural phenomena but were unprepared to deal with someone whose deception skills had been honed through decades of evading capture by competent authorities. The most persistent of these agents was a woman who identified herself as Agent Powers, though Stanley suspected this was a cover identity similar to the many false names he had used during his own criminal activities. Agent Powers displayed a level of knowledge about the Mystery Shack and its operations that suggested extensive surveillance and investigation, yet her inquiries remained focused on the legitimate business aspects of the operation, rather than the secret portal project that was consuming most of Stanley's time and resources. Stanley's strategy for dealing with Agent Powers involved providing her with exactly the kind of information she appeared to be seeking, while ensuring that this information supported the narrative he wanted her to believe about the Mystery Shack and its proprietor. The financial records he made available for her inspection were technically accurate but structured in ways that concealed the true nature and scale of his expenditures, while the scientific equipment she was allowed to observe consisted entirely of legitimate research apparatus that had no connection to his trans-dimensional engineering project. The psychological toll of maintaining this elaborate deception, while also pursuing the technically demanding work of portal reconstruction, began to manifest in ways that Stanley initially dismissed as temporary stress, but that gradually revealed themselves to be symptoms of more serious psychological strain. The constant vigilance required to maintain multiple false identities, while also protecting dangerous secrets from people who trusted him, created levels of anxiety and paranoia that interfered with his ability to think clearly and make rational decisions about both his business operations and his secret research. Sleep became increasingly difficult as the years passed and the weight of his responsibilities continued to grow, with nightmares about portal malfunctions and government raids, alternating with dreams about Stanford calling for help from dimensions that Stanley could not reach despite all his efforts and sacrifices. The isolation imposed by his secrets prevented him from seeking help or support for these psychological symptoms, forcing him to develop his own coping mechanisms that were not always healthy or effective. The drinking that had been a minor problem during his criminal years became a more serious issue as Stanley struggled to manage the stress of his double life in Gravity Falls. Though he was careful to maintain his performance abilities and never allowed alcohol to interfere with either his public responsibilities or his secret research. The physical effects of his drinking were less obvious than the psychological benefits it provided, offering temporary relief from anxiety and depression that made it easier to continue his work despite the growing evidence that his mental health was deteriorating under the pressure of his circumstances. The progress he made on portal reconstruction was measured in increments so small that they were often difficult to detect, requiring months or years of work to achieve advances that Stanford might have accomplished in days or weeks. The mathematical principles that govern transdimensional engineering remained largely beyond Stanley's comprehension, despite his dedicated study of Stanford's journals, forcing him to rely on trial and error, experimentation that was both dangerous and inefficient, but represented the only approach available to someone with his educational limitations. The machinery he constructed in the basement laboratory was a hybrid of Stanford's elegant theoretical designs and Stanley's pragmatic engineering solutions, resulting in systems that were less sophisticated than the original portal, but potentially more reliable due to their incorporation of redundant safety features and simplified operational procedures. Stanley's criminal experience with improvised technology and creative problem-solving proved valuable in developing approaches that worked within the constraints of his limited theoretical understanding, while still achieving the dimensional manipulation effects necessary for interdimensional travel. The energy requirements for portal operation represented one of the most challenging technical obstacles Stanley faced, as the power consumption involved in tearing holes between dimensions far exceeded anything that could be supplied by conventional electrical systems. The solutions he developed involved illegal connections to the regional power grid combined with exotic energy storage systems that posed significant safety risks to both himself and anyone else who might be present during portal activation attempts. The isolation chambers he constructed around the portal were designed to contain not only the dangerous energies involved in transdimensional engineering, but also the potential consequences of catastrophic failure, as Stanley was acutely aware that a serious malfunction could result in effects far more destructive than the accident that had claimed his brother. The reinforcement of the basement laboratory with materials scavenged from abandoned military installations represented one of his most ambitious and expensive construction projects, though the work was necessary to provide adequate protection for both the portal equipment and the Mystery Shack's legitimate operations above. As the portal neared completion after nearly 20 years of reconstruction work, Stanley began to experience a mixture of anticipation and terror that made it difficult to concentrate on the final technical details that would determine whether his efforts had been successful or whether he had wasted 2 decades pursuing an impossible dream. The possibility that Stanford might not be alive after so many years in an unknown dimension was something Stanley refused to contemplate directly, though the fear haunted his dreams and influenced his behavior in ways that were becoming increasingly difficult to conceal from the people around him. The decision to proceed with the final activation sequence would require courage that went beyond anything Stanley had ever demonstrated during his criminal career, as the stakes involved were immeasurably higher than any previous risk he had undertaken. The portal represented not only his last hope of reuniting with his brother, but also his greatest achievement as a human being, the culmination of everything he had learned about love and sacrifice, and the lengths to which someone would go to protect the people who mattered most to them. Yet even as Stanley prepared to take the final steps that would either restore his brother to their shared reality or destroy everything he had built during his years in Gravity Falls, he remained fundamentally unchanged in the qualities that had defined his character since childhood. He was still the boy who had been willing to give up everything to protect Stanford from bullies. Still the young man who had sabotaged his brother's science project in a misguided attempt to keep them together. Still the adult who would sacrifice his own identity and safety for even the slimmest chance of undoing the mistakes that had separated them for so many decades. The portal hummed with increasing energy in the basement laboratory as Stanley made his final preparations, its dimensional aperture beginning to shimmer with possibilities that were both wonderful and terrible in their potential consequences. Somewhere beyond that threshold waited either reunion or disaster, redemption or final failure, the answer to 30 years of questions about whether love could indeed triumph over the forces that seemed determined to keep the Pines twins separated forever. The summer of 2012 arrived in Gravity Falls, with an unseasonable warmth that seemed to press against the windows of the Mystery Shack like a living thing, carrying with it changes that Stanley Pines had not anticipated and was not prepared to handle despite the decades he had spent perfecting his ability to adapt to unexpected circumstances. The portal in the basement laboratory was approaching operational status after 27 years of painstaking reconstruction, its dimensional aperture flickering with energies that suggested his brother's return might finally be within reach. Yet even as Stanley focused his attention on the final technical preparations that would determine whether his life's work had been successful or futile, fate was preparing to introduce complications that would test every skill he had learned and every deception he had constructed during his years of exile in the Pacific Northwest. The phone call from his niece Dipper and Mabel's parents came on a Tuesday morning in late May, delivered in the cheerful tones of people who had no idea they were asking him to take responsibility for children whose safety and well-being would be endangered by every aspect of his carefully constructed false life. The twins needed somewhere to spend their summer vacation, their parents explained, and they had heard wonderful things about the Mystery Shack and its proprietor Stanford from mutual friends who had visited Gravity Falls during previous tourist seasons. Stanley's initial reaction was pure panic disguised as polite interest, as he recognized immediately that the presence of children in the Mystery Shack would create complications that could destroy both his secret portal project and the elaborate deception that had allowed him to maintain his false identity for nearly 3 decades. Children were naturally curious and difficult to control, possessing observational skills that were unencumbered by the preconceptions and assumptions that made adults easier to manipulate through misdirection and selective information sharing. Yet, even as his rational mind catalogued the dangers and difficulties that would result from accepting responsibility for Dipper and Mabel, Stanley found himself moved by emotions that he had thought were buried too deeply to affect his decision-making processes. The twins were family, blood relatives, whose connection to him transcended the boundaries of his false identity and criminal background. They were also children who needed a place to stay, and adults who cared about their welfare, circumstances that awakened protective instincts that had been dormant since his separation from Stanford, but had never entirely disappeared. The decision to allow Dipper and Mabel to spend the summer at the Mystery Shack was made not through careful analysis of risks and benefits, but through emotional impulses that overcame his practical concerns about maintaining secrecy, operational security. Stanley told their parents that he would be delighted to have the twins visit, though privately, He began making contingency plans for managing the complications their presence would inevitably create for both his legitimate business operations and his secret dimensional engineering project. The children who arrived at the Mystery Shack on the first day of June were unlike anything Stanley had encountered during his decades of dealing with tourists and temporary employees, possessing personalities and capabilities that defied his expectations and challenged his assumptions about how 12-year-old minds worked. Dipper was serious and intellectually curious in ways that reminded Stanley painfully of Stanford at the same age, while Mabel combined boundless enthusiasm with a social intelligence that was remarkably sophisticated, despite her apparent naivety about the darker aspects of human nature. Stanley's attempts to treat the twins as he would any other temporary residents of the Mystery Shack failed within hours of their arrival, as both children demonstrated observational skills and analytical thinking that made it impossible to maintain the same level of deception he used with adult visitors, who were primarily interested in being entertained rather than educated. Dipper noticed inconsistencies in the fake exhibits and asked questions that revealed genuine interest in understanding rather than merely experiencing the supernatural phenomena that supposedly existed in Gravity Falls. Mabel's approach to the Mystery Shack was different but equally challenging to Stanley's carefully maintained facade, as her emotional intelligence allowed her to perceive aspects of his personality that he thought were completely hidden beneath the Stanford persona he had been perfecting for decades. She responded to his underlying loneliness and need for human connection in ways that bypassed his conscious defenses, treating him with affection and trust that he had not experienced since his childhood relationship with his own twin brother. The first crisis of the summer occurred within a week of the twins' arrival, when Dipper's investigation of the forest around Gravity Falls led him to encounter actual supernatural entities that Stanley had hoped to keep hidden from the children throughout their visit. The gnomes that inhabited the deeper woods had apparently decided that Mabel would make an acceptable addition to their community, leading to a confrontation that revealed both the genuine existence of anomalous phenomena in the area and Dipper's remarkable competence in dealing with situations that would have terrified most adults. Stanley's response to learning about the twins' supernatural encounter was complicated by conflicting impulses that reflected the multiple aspects of his identity and the various responsibilities he had assumed during his years. In Gravity Falls, as the proprietor of a tourist trap that depended on maintaining the illusion that supernatural phenomena were merely entertainment, he needed to discourage the children from pursuing investigations that might reveal the truth about the area's anomalous properties. As their guardian and protector, he felt obligated to ensure their safety in an environment that contained genuine dangers capable of causing serious harm to inexperienced investigators. Most significantly, as someone who had spent decades studying Stanford's research into the supernatural entities of Gravity Falls, Stanley recognized that Dipper possessed many of the same intellectual gifts and investigative instincts that had driven his brother to pursue increasingly dangerous research into forces that human minds were not equipped to understand. The possibility that history might repeat itself, that another member of the Pines family might become obsessed with supernatural mysteries in ways that could lead to tragedy, was almost too frightening for Stanley to contemplate directly. The solution he developed involved a carefully calibrated approach that provided the twins with enough information to keep them safe while withholding details that might inspire them to pursue more dangerous investigations on their own. Stanley began sharing selected portions of Stanford's research with Dipper, presenting the information as his own discoveries, while editing out the more disturbing implications and the specific technical details that could be used to construct dangerous devices or contact malevolent entities. This educational process required Stanley to become more familiar with Stanford's scientific work than he had ever needed to be during his years of focusing primarily on portal reconstruction, forcing him to develop genuine understanding of theoretical principles that he had previously approached from purely practical perspectives. The experience of teaching Dipper about supernatural phenomena while protecting him from their more dangerous aspects gave Stanley insights into his brother's original research that proved valuable for his ongoing portal project, creating unexpected synergies between his roles as guardian and dimensional engineer. Mabel's relationship with the supernatural aspects of Gravity Falls developed along different lines that were no less challenging for Stanley to manage, as her emotional openness and social intelligence made her attractive to entities that fed on human feelings or sought to manipulate people through psychological rather than physical means. The various supernatural creatures that inhabited the area seemed to recognize her as someone whose trust and affection could be gained through appeals to her desire to help others and her belief in the fundamental goodness of all living beings. The incidents that occurred throughout that first summer tested Stanley's ability to protect the twins while maintaining his deception about his true identity and the extent of his knowledge about supernatural phenomena. Each crisis required him to balance the competing demands of keeping the children safe, preserving his false identity as Stanford, maintaining the Mystery Shack's commercial operations, and continuing his work on the Portal project that represented his only hope of reuniting with his brother. The emotional toll of caring for Dipper and Mabel while managing these multiple deceptions was unlike anything Stanley had experienced during his decades of isolation and criminal activity, creating forms of stress and responsibility that challenged his psychological defenses in ways that were both disturbing and strangely healing. The children's presence in his life forced him to consider perspectives and priorities that went beyond his obsessive focus on portal reconstruction, reminding him of aspects of human experience that he had almost forgotten during his years of exile from normal society. The bond that developed between Stanley and the twins was complicated by the lies he felt compelled to maintain about his identity and background, creating a relationship that was simultaneously more genuine than any he had experienced in decades and fundamentally dishonest in ways that troubled his conscience increasingly as the summer progressed. The affection and trust that Dipper and Mabel showed him was directed towards Stanford Pines rather than Stanley, yet it represented the first unconditional acceptance he had received from family members since his banishment from Glass Shard Beach more than 30 years earlier. Stanley's growing attachment to the twins created internal conflicts that became more difficult to resolve, as he recognized that their summer visit was temporary and that his deception would eventually require him to send them back to their parents without ever revealing the truth about who he really was or what he had been doing during his years in Gravity Falls. The thought of losing this connection to family and normal human relationships was almost as painful as the prospect of continuing to lie to people who trusted him completely and deserved better than the elaborate deception he felt compelled to maintain. The Portal project itself began to suffer from divided attention, as Stanley found himself spending more time and emotional energy on the twins' welfare and education than on the technical challenges of dimensional engineering. Though he told himself that the delays were temporary and that his brother's rescue remained his highest priority despite the complications introduced by his new responsibilities as a guardian, the reality was that caring for Dipper and Mabel had awakened aspects of his personality that had been dormant for decades, reminding him of the satisfaction that came from protecting and nurturing people who depended on him for more than just entertainment or deception. The summer's most dangerous crisis occurred when government agents finally penetrated the security measures Stanley had spent years perfecting arriving at the Mystery Shack with warrants and equipment that suggested they had obtained intelligence about his activities that went far beyond the routine investigations he had successfully deflected in the past. The timing of their arrival could not have been worse, as the portal was approaching operational status, and any significant delay in the activation sequence might result in the loss of the dimensional window that would allow Stanford's return. Agent Powers and her team had clearly been conducting surveillance operations that Stanley had failed to detect despite his extensive experience with law enforcement investigative techniques, possessing evidence that connected him to criminal activities and false identity documents that could result in federal prosecution if they chose to pursue the matter through official channels. The threat they posed was not merely to Stanley's freedom or his portal project, but to the safety and well-being of Dipper and Mabel, who could become collateral damage in a confrontation between federal agents and someone whose background made him a high-priority target for law enforcement agencies. Stanley's response to the government investigation drew upon every skill he had developed during his decades of criminal activity, while also requiring improvisations that went beyond anything his previous experience had prepared him to handle. The presence of the twins complicated his options significantly, as he could not employ the kinds of violent or illegal countermeasures that might have been effective in protecting his secrets, if only his own safety had been at stake. The strategy he developed involved using the twins' natural abilities and their growing knowledge of supernatural phenomena to create diversions and complications that would interfere with the agent's investigation while providing him with opportunities to conceal or destroy evidence that could expose his true identity or his portal research. This approach required him to reveal more of the truth about his activities than he had intended, though he continued to maintain the deception about his identity even as he enlisted Dipper and Mabel's help in protecting secrets whose full implications they could not understand. The final confrontation with Agent Powers and her team took place in the basement laboratory that had been the center of Stanley's life for nearly 3 decades, with the portal approaching full operational status, even as federal agents attempted to arrest him for crimes that seemed trivial compared to the dimensional engineering project he had been conducting in violation of laws that did not yet exist to regulate such activities. The irony of being arrested for identity theft and tax evasion while operating technology that could reshape the fundamental structure of reality was not lost on Stanley, though he was too focused on protecting the twins and completing the portal activation to appreciate the humor in his situation. The portal's final activation sequence began as Stanley was being placed under arrest, its dimensional aperture beginning to tear through the barriers between realities, while federal agents struggled to understand equipment that exceeded their wildest expectations about what might be hidden in the basement of a small-town tourist trap. The energies involved in trans-dimensional engineering created effects that were visible to everyone present, transforming what should have been a routine law enforcement operation into an encounter with forces that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality itself. The moment when Stanford emerged from the dimensional portal, after 30 years of exile in unknown realities, was simultaneously the culmination of Stanley's life's work and the beginning of complications that would test every relationship he had built during his years in Gravity Falls. The man who stepped through the portal was recognizably his twin brother, but changed in ways that spoke of experiences and knowledge that no human being should possess, carrying with him dangers and responsibilities that made Stanley's deceptions and criminal activities seem insignificant by comparison. The reunion between the twins was complicated by the presence of federal agents and children who had no context for understanding what they were witnessing, creating a situation that required immediate damage control and careful management to prevent catastrophic consequences for everyone involved. Stanley's joy at seeing his brother alive was tempered by the realization that Stanford's return would inevitably expose the deceptions he had been maintaining and force him to account for the choices he had made during their decades of separation. Stanford's initial reaction to discovering that Stanley had assumed his identity and spent 30 years operating the Mystery Shack under false pretenses was a mixture of gratitude and horror that reflected his recognition of both the sacrifice his brother had made and the dangers that such, quote, deception had created for everyone involved. The complex emotions involved in their reunion were further complicated by the presence of Dipper and Mabel, whose existence Stanley had never mentioned in the messages he had sent through the portal during the final stages of its reconstruction. The revelation of Stanley's true identity to the twins was perhaps the most painful aspect of the entire crisis, as it forced him to confront the reality that the relationship he had built with Dipper and Mabel was based on lies that could not be maintained now that Stanford had returned. The children's reactions to learning that their beloved Grunkle Stan was not the person he had claimed to be ranged from confusion to betrayal, though their responses were complicated by their growing understanding of the sacrifices he had made and the dangers he had faced to bring Stanford home. The immediate crisis posed by the presence of federal agents in the basement laboratory was resolved through a combination of Stanford's scientific expertise and Stanley's criminal ingenuity, as the brothers worked together to create explanations and diversions that would satisfy the authorities while protecting the secrets that could not be revealed, without endangering national security and possibly global stability. The agents were eventually convinced that they had stumbled upon a classified government research project rather than a criminal operation, though this deception required careful coordination and significant risks that tested both brothers' abilities to think quickly under extreme pressure. The longer-term implications of Stanford's return were far more complex and difficult to address, involving questions about identity, responsibility, and the future of relationships that had been built on foundations that were no longer stable or sustainable. Stanley faced the possibility that everything he had built during his years in Gravity Falls, his business, his friendships, his relationship with the twins, might be destroyed by the revelation of truths that he had hidden for what he believed were legitimate and necessary reasons. The discovery that Stanford's exile had not been merely a personal tragedy, but part of a larger conflict involving entities and forces that threatened the safety of their entire reality, added urgency to these personal complications, as both brothers recognized that they would need to work together to address dangers that neither could handle alone. The portal that had been the focus of Stanley's life for 3 decades was revealed to be connected to threats that made his previous concerns about government agents and criminal prosecution seem almost trivial by comparison. The entity known as Bill Cipher, whose manipulation had contributed to Stanford's original exile, had apparently been using the portal as a potential gateway for invasion plans that would affect not only Gravity Falls, but the entire structure of reality as human beings understood it. The knowledge that Stanley's efforts to rescue his brother had inadvertently created opportunities for cosmic threats to endanger everyone he cared about was almost too overwhelming to process, adding layers of guilt and responsibility to an already complex situation. Yet, even as the brothers confronted the magnitude of the dangers they faced and the complexity of the deceptions that would need to be maintained or revealed, the fundamental bond between them remained strong enough to provide hope that they could find ways to protect both their family and their world from the consequences of choices that had been made with the best of intentions but incomplete understanding of their implications. The summer that had begun as a routine childcare responsibility had become the defining crisis of both their lives, testing everything they had learned about love, sacrifice, and the lengths to which family members would go to protect each other from forces that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of their shared reality. The revelation of Stanley's true identity created a fracture in the foundation of trust that had supported every relationship he had built during his 30 years in Gravity Falls. Yet the immediate crisis posed by Weirdmageddon and Bill Cipher's assault on reality itself left little time for processing the emotional implications of deceptions that had shaped decades of interactions with people who had believed they knew Stanford Pines, but had actually been building connections with his criminal twin brother. The town that had become Stanley's refuge and redemption was transformed overnight into a battlefield where the laws of physics held no meaning and where survival depended on abilities and knowledge that no conventional education could have provided. The shack that had served as both Stanley's home and his carefully constructed facade was among the first structures to be warped by Bill Cipher's reality-altering influence, its familiar rooms and corridors becoming a maze of impossible geometries where doorways led to different dimensions and windows opened onto landscapes that existed only in nightmares. The tourist trap that had funded Stanley's portal research for decades was revealed to be one of the few buildings in Gravity Falls with natural defenses against supernatural manipulation, its construction incorporating materials and design elements that Stanford had embedded during his original research into the town's anomalous properties. The children who had brought unexpected joy and purpose to Stanley's carefully ordered existence found themselves at the center of a conflict that exceeded their understanding, while also demanding courage and resourcefulness that would have tested the limits of trained adults facing conventional dangers. Dipper and Mabel's responses to the crisis revealed personalities that had been shaped by their summer in Gravity Falls, but that also possessed depths of character that surprised even Stanley, who had spent months observing their reactions to supernatural phenomena and dangerous situations. Dipper's analytical mind and his growing understanding of the supernatural forces that governed life in Gravity Falls made him a valuable strategic asset in planning resistance against Bill Cipher's reality manipulation. Though his youth and lack of experience with genuine cosmic threats created vulnerabilities that required careful protection from adults who understood the full scope of what they were facing. The journal entries he had been studying throughout the summer provided crucial intelligence about Bill's capabilities and weaknesses, information that Stanford had encoded in ways that protected casual readers from dangerous knowledge, while providing serious researchers with the tools necessary for effective countermeasures. Mabel's emotional intelligence and her gift for inspiring loyalty and cooperation among diverse groups of people proved equally important in organizing the town's residents into an effective resistance movement, as her natural leadership abilities transcended the usual social barriers that might have prevented cooperation between individuals with very different backgrounds and motivations. The supernatural entities that inhabited Gravity Falls responded to her with a mixture of respect and protective affection that reflected their recognition of her fundamental goodness and her commitment to defending innocent people from bad forces that sought to cause harm for its own sake. Stanford's reaction to discovering the extent to which Stanley had integrated himself into the life of Gravity Falls was complicated by his recognition that his brother had achieved something that his own academic brilliance, scientific expertise had never provided genuine connections with. A community of people who cared about his welfare and were willing to risk their own safety to protect him from threats they could barely comprehend. The respect and loyalty that Stanley commanded among the townspeople was not based on fear or manipulation, but on genuine affection earned through years of small kindnesses and consistent reliability in times of crisis. The strategy that emerged for combating Bill Cipher's assault on reality required collaboration between Stanley's practical problem-solving abilities, Stanford's theoretical knowledge of trans-dimensional entities, and the combined resources of everyone in Gravity Falls who possessed either supernatural abilities or conventional skills that could be adapted to extraordinary circumstances. The plan that developed was necessarily complex and risky, involving elements of advanced physics, supernatural law, and creative improvisation that pushed the boundaries of what any of them had attempted during their previous encounters with anomalous phenomena. Stanley's role in the final battle against Bill Cipher was shaped by his recognition that the entity's greatest weapon was its ability to manipulate and deceive individuals by exploiting their fears, desires, and psychological vulnerabilities in ways that turned their own minds against them. The decades Stanley had spent perfecting the arts of deception and misdirection provided him with insights into Bill's methods that were unavailable to people whose minds worked according to more honest and straightforward patterns of thought and reasoning. The sacrifice that Stanley ultimately made to defeat Bill Cipher was not the product of heroic impulse or dramatic self-sacrifice, but rather the logical conclusion of a lifetime spent protecting the people he loved, regardless of the personal cost to himself. The memory gun that Fiddleford had developed as a defense against dangerous supernatural knowledge represented both a weapon that could be used against Bill and a tool that would inevitably destroy the consciousness of whoever wielded it. Against such a powerful entity, Stanley's decision to allow his memories to be erased in order to trap Bill Cipher within his own mind and render the entity powerless was made with the same calm determination he had brought to every major choice of his adult life, though the emotional weight of potentially losing everything that made him who he was created a burden that was almost too heavy to bear even for someone who had endured decades of isolation and sacrifice. The possibility that he might not survive the procedure with his personality intact was less frightening than the certainty that failure to stop Bill would result in the destruction of everyone and everything he had come to care about. During his years in Gravity Falls, the process of using the memory gun against Bill Cipher while the entity occupied his mind was unlike anything Stanley had experienced during his decades of navigating dangerous situations through intelligence and improvisation, requiring him to maintain his sense of purpose and identity, even as the foundations of his consciousness were being systematically destroyed by technology that was never intended to be used on minds that contained such complex accumulations of experience and deception. The battle that took place within Stanley's consciousness was fought not with conventional weapons, but with competing narratives about who he was and what his life had meant, with Bill attempting to convince him that his memories were worthless illusions, while Stanley struggled to hold on to the truths that defined his existence. The moment when Stanley's memories were finally erased completely was experienced by everyone present as a death that was potentially more final than conventional mortality, as the man who had been Stanley Pines ceased to exist in any meaningful sense, while his body continued to function as an empty vessel that bore no connection to the personality and experiences that had animated it for more than 60 years. The silence that followed the memory gun's activation was more profound than mere absence of sound, representing the complete erasure of a human consciousness that had been shaped by love, loss, sacrifice, and the kind of hard-won wisdom that could only be acquired through decades of surviving challenges that would have destroyed weaker individuals. Ford's desperate attempts to restore Stanley's memories drew upon every technique and technology he had encountered during his years of trans-dimensional research, though the task of rebuilding a human consciousness from scattered fragments was beyond anything he had previously attempted and required improvisations that pushed the boundaries of what was possible using conventional scientific methods. The journals that had guided Stanley's portal research contained references to memory restoration procedures that had been developed by civilizations whose understanding of consciousness far exceeded anything achieved by human researchers. Yet implementing these techniques required equipment and materials that were not available on Earth. The process of memory recovery that began in the immediate aftermath of Bill's defeat was necessarily gradual and incomplete, involving the careful reconstruction of personality patterns and experiential memories from traces that had survived the memory gun's destructive effects. Stanford's approach to this restoration work was systematic and methodical, drawing upon his knowledge of Stanley's history and personality to create frameworks that might support the return of specific memories and behavioral patterns. Yet the most effective contributions to Stanley's memory recovery came not from advanced technology or theoretical expertise, but from the simple human connections he had built during his years in Gravity Falls, as Dipper, Mabel, Seuss, Wendy, and the other people who had come to know and care about him shared stories and experiences that helped to rebuild the social and emotional contexts that had given his life meaning and purpose. The love and patience they showed during his recovery process provided the emotional foundation necessary for true healing, reminding him not just of what he had done, but of why those actions had mattered to the people whose lives he had touched. The memories that returned first were often the most emotionally significant rather than the most recently formed, as if Stanley's consciousness was rebuilding itself around the relationships and experiences that had provided the greatest meaning during his decades of exile and redemption. His recollections of Ford and their childhood together emerged early in the recovery process, followed by his growing attachment to Dipper and Mabel, and his gradual recognition of the family bonds that had motivated many of his most important decisions throughout his adult life. The business aspects of his life in Gravity Falls, the Mystery Shack, his employees, his relationships with suppliers and customers required more deliberate reconstruction because they represented aspects of his identity that had been shaped by necessity rather than genuine emotional investment. Yet even these practical memories carried emotional weight because they were connected to the larger project of creating a stable life that could support his portal research and provide him with the resources necessary to bring Stanford home. The criminal skills and experiences that had sustained Stanley through his decades of exile proved to be among the most persistent aspects of his personality, as if the psychological adaptations required for survival outside conventional society had become so deeply embedded in his character that they could not be easily erased, even by technology specifically designed to destroy memories. His instinctive understanding of human nature, his ability to read situations and respond appropriately to threats, and his talent for improvisation and creative problem-solving all returned naturally as his consciousness rebuilt itself around the survival mechanisms that had kept him alive through decades of dangerous circumstances. Yet the memories of his criminal activities were accompanied by the guilt and regret that had shaped his moral development during his years in Gravity Falls, as he remembered not only what he had done, but also how those actions had affected the people he had deceived and the communities he had victimized during his decades as a con artist. The process of memory recovery forced him to confront aspects of his past that he had learned to suppress or rationalize, creating opportunities for genuine self-examination and moral growth that might not have been possible without the perspective that complete memory loss had provided. The relationship between Stanley and Stanford that emerged from the memory recovery process was different from what either brother had experienced before, as it was built on complete honesty about their respective mistakes and failures, rather than the partial truths and careful omissions that had characterized their previous attempts at reconciliation. Stanford's understanding of the sacrifices Stanley had made during their decades of separation created a foundation of gratitude and respect that made it possible for him to forgive the deceptions and criminal activities that had once seemed unforgivable. Stanley's recovery of his memories was accompanied by a new appreciation for the relationships he had built in Gravity Falls, and the genuine love and acceptance he had received from people who had known him at his best rather than his worst. The recognition that he had been capable of inspiring loyalty and affection without relying on manipulation or deception represented a fundamental shift in his understanding of his own worth and potential for positive contributions to the Ponbi lives of others. The decision that both brothers made to leave Gravity Falls together represented not an abandonment of the life Stanley had built, but rather the natural evolution of their relationship from one based on obligation and guilt to one founded on mutual respect and shared dreams for the future. The Mystery Shack would continue to operate under Suze's management, ensuring that the legitimate business Stanley had created would survive and prosper, while also maintaining the cover necessary to protect the town's supernatural secrets from unwanted outside attention. The Stan Award II that they prepared for their journey was both a fulfillment of childhood dreams and a symbol of their successful reconciliation, representing the adventures they had always planned to share, but had been prevented from experiencing by the mistakes and misunderstandings of their youth. The boat itself was a masterpiece of practical engineering that incorporated lessons learned from decades of separation and hardship, designed to be self-sufficient and capable of extended voyages to destinations that conventional vessels could never reach. The preparations for their departure involved not only the practical aspects of outfitting the boat for extended travel, but also the emotional work of saying goodbye to the people and places that had provided meaning and purpose during Stanley's years of exile and redemption. The relationships he had built in Gravity Falls had transformed him from a desperate criminal into someone capable of genuine heroism and self-sacrifice, changes that would remain with him regardless of where his future travels might take him. The final conversations between Stanley and the twins were perhaps the most difficult aspects of their departure preparations, as both Dipper and Mabel had come to view him as a father figure whose influence had shaped their understanding of courage, loyalty, and the importance of family bonds that transcended conventional definitions and legal relationships. The lessons they had learned during their summer in Gravity Falls would guide them through the challenges of adolescence and adulthood, providing them with resources and perspectives that would serve them well in whatever circumstances they might encounter. Stanley's relationship with Suze, who would inherit responsibility for the Mystery Shack and its various legitimate and illegitimate operations, represented another form of family bond that had developed through shared work and mutual respect rather than genetic connection. The young man's loyalty and competence had been essential to Stanley's success in maintaining his double life, and his continuation as the Shack's manager ensured that the cover story that had protected both Stanley and Stanford would remain intact for as long as necessary. The emotional significance of leaving Gravity Falls was balanced by the excitement of finally embarking on the adventures that Stanley and Stanford had dreamed of sharing since childhood, though these journeys would take them to places and situations that their younger selves could never have imagined. The skills and knowledge they had accumulated during their decades of separation would serve them well in exploring both conventional destinations and locations that existed beyond the normal boundaries of space and time. The boat that carried them away from Gravity Falls was loaded not only with supplies and equipment, but also with journals and research materials that would allow them to continue studying supernatural phenomena while also documenting their discoveries for future researchers who might need to understand the forces that shaped reality at its most fundamental levels. Their travels would serve both personal fulfillment and scientific advancement, contributing to human knowledge while also satisfying the wanderlust that had driven both brothers since their earliest childhood adventures. As the Stano War II disappeared beyond the horizon of Gravity Falls Forest Lake, Stanley Pines had finally achieved the redemption and reconciliation that had motivated every major decision of his adult life, though the path to that achievement had required sacrifices and changes that his younger self could never have anticipated or understood. The criminal who had been exiled from his family for sabotaging his brother's science project had become a hero who had literally given up his identity and memories to save the world from supernatural destruction. The boy who had once built boats and dreamed of treasure hunting adventures had become a man whose greatest treasure was the restored bond with his twin brother, and whose greatest adventure was the opportunity to explore the world together, as they had always planned to do before tragedy and misunderstanding had driven them apart. The future that awaited them was uncertain in all the ways that the best adventures should be, full of possibilities for discovery, danger, and the kind of experiences that would create memories worth preserving for the rest of their lives. The story of Stanley Pines had reached not an ending but a new beginning. As the man who had spent 60 years learning hard lessons about love, loss, sacrifice, and redemption finally embarked on the journey he had been preparing for since childhood. The ocean that stretched ahead of the Stanner War II held mysteries and challenges that would test everything he had learned during his decades of exile and service. Yet he faced them with confidence born from the knowledge that whatever dangers they might encounter, he would not face them alone. And so, we reach the end of Stanley Pines' remarkable journey, a tale that spans decades of wandering, 30 years of separation, and ultimately a return to what matters most: family. From the beaches of Glass Shard Beach, New Jersey, to the mysteries of Gravity Falls, Oregon, from conman to hero, from exile to beloved Grunkle, Stan's story reminds us that it's never too late for redemption, never too late to change, and never too late to come home. The transformation that Stanley underwent during his years in Gravity Falls was not the sudden conversion that characterizes fairy tales or morality plays, but rather the gradual evolution of someone who discovered that his greatest talents, his ability to understand and influence people, his gift for creative problem solving, his willingness to sacrifice everything for those he loved, could be used to build rather than destroy, to protect rather than exploit, to create genuine connections rather than temporary deceptions. The criminal skills that had sustained him through decades of exile became the foundation for heroism that saved not only his family, but the entire world from supernatural forces that conventional heroes could never have defeated. His love for Dipper and Mabel transformed him just as much as he transformed their lives, proving that family isn't just about blood. It's about the people who choose to stand by you when everything falls apart. The children who had arrived at the Mystery Shack as temporary summer guests became the catalysts for Stanley's final evolution, from someone who survived through deception to someone who thrived through genuine connection and mutual care. Their innocent trust and unconditional affection awakened aspects of his personality that had been dormant since his childhood with Ford, reminding him of the joy that came from protecting and nurturing people who depended on him for more than just entertainment or misdirection. The relationship between Stanley and his employees Suze, Wendy, and the various part-time workers who had helped him maintain the Mystery Shack over the years represented another form of family bond that transcended conventional definitions and legal relationships. These connections were built on mutual respect and shared experience rather than genetic connection, proving that loyalty and love could develop in the most unlikely circumstances between people who might never have met, if not for the strange convergences that shape human destiny in ways that no one can predict or control. The reconciliation with Stanford was perhaps the most significant achievement of Stanley's life, not only because it fulfilled the dream that had motivated his most important decisions for more than 30 years, but also because it demonstrated the power of love to overcome even the most devastating mistakes and misunderstandings. The bond between the twins had survived decades of separation, criminal activity, supernatural dangers, and memory loss, emerging stronger and more genuine than it had ever been during their childhood, when innocence and shared dreams had seemed like sufficient foundations for eternal partnership. The portal that had consumed Stanley's life for nearly 3 decades ultimately became not just a machine for dimensional travel, but a symbol of the lengths to which someone will go to repair relationships that have been damaged by pride, fear, and the kind of miscommunication that can destroy families if left unaddressed for too long. The technology that Stanley had rebuilt through trial and error, criminal improvisation, and sheer determination represented the physical manifestation of his refusal to accept that some mistakes are irreversible and some bonds are too broken to be mended. The Mystery Shack itself evolved from a simple tourist trap designed to fund dimensional research into a genuine home where people could find acceptance, adventure, and the kind of unconventional wisdom that emerges from lives that have been shaped by experience rather than formal education. The fake exhibits that Stanley had created to entertain visitors while concealing real supernatural phenomena became symbols of his understanding that truth could be preserved and protected through layers of apparent falsehood, and that the most important realities were often too valuable to be shared with people who lacked the wisdom or courage necessary to handle dangerous knowledge responsibly. The town of Gravity Falls, with its hidden supernatural wonders and its community of residents who had learned to accept and embrace the impossible, provided Stanley with something he had never experienced during his criminal years, a place where his unique combination of skills and experiences made him not an outcast, but a valued member of a community that understood the difference between harmless eccentricity and genuine danger. The friendships he formed with the townspeople were built on mutual aid and shared challenges rather than the calculated manipulation that had characterized his relationships during his years as a con artist. The battle against Bill's cipher and the forces of Weirdmageddon tested everything Stanley had learned about courage, sacrifice, and the importance of choosing principles over personal safety. When the stakes involve the welfare of innocent people who cannot protect themselves from supernatural threats, his decision to erase his own memories in order to trap and defeat Bill represented the ultimate expression of the heroic potential that had always existed within his character, but had been obscured by decades of survival-focused decisions and self-protective mechanisms. The memory recovery process that followed his sacrifice was both a resurrection and a rebirth, allowing Stanley to reclaim his identity while also gaining new perspectives on the relationships and experiences that had shaped his life. The love and patience shown by his family and friends during this vulnerable period demonstrated the depth of the connections he had built and the genuine affection he had earned through years of consistent care and protection for people whose welfare mattered more to him than his own safety or comfort. The Stano War II that carried Stanley and Stanford away from Gravity Falls toward new adventures was both a fulfillment of childhood dreams and a symbol of their successful transformation from rivals, separated by misunderstanding, into partners united by shared purpose and mutual respect. The boat represented not just a means of transportation, but a mobile home where they could continue the exploration and discovery that had always been their greatest shared passion, now enhanced by the wisdom and skills they had accumulated during their decades of separation and individual growth. The adventures that awaited them on the open ocean would combine the excitement of discovering new places and phenomena with the deeper satisfaction of sharing these experiences with the person who understood them best and cared about their welfare most deeply. The treasures they would find during their travels would be measured not in gold or precious stones, but in moments of wonder, discovery, and the kind of perfect companionship that justified every sacrifice they had made to reach this point in their lives. As you drift towards sleep tonight, Let Stanley's story remind you that every ending can be a new beginning, that the greatest adventures often come when we least expect them, and that the most important journeys are those we share with people who matter enough to us that we would risk everything to keep them safe and happy. The mistakes and failures that seem to define us at our lowest moments can become the foundation for wisdom and strength that enable us to achieve things we never thought possible when we were younger and more certain about how the world worked. Somewhere out on the high seas, two elderly twins are finally living the dreams they first shared as children, building a boat in their father's shop, proving that some promises are worth keeping, even when decades pass before they can be fulfilled. Their laughter echoes across waters that stretch to horizons unlimited by the conventional boundaries of space and time, carrying with it the joy of people who have learned that the greatest treasures are always the ones we share with those we love most deeply and completely. The mystery continues, the family endures, and the greatest adventures are always yet to come for those who retain the courage to seek them and the wisdom to recognize them when they appear. Sleep well and dream of adventures that await you on distant shores, where anything is possible for those who refuse to let go of the dreams that matter most, who understand that home is not a place but the people who choose to love us despite our flaws, and who believe that redemption is always possible for those willing to do the work of becoming worthy of the second chances that life occasionally offers to those who need them most. In the gentle darkness that surrounds you now, let yourself be carried toward rest by the knowledge that love is stronger than fear, that family bonds can survive any separation, and that somewhere in the vast ocean of possibility that surrounds us all, there are always new islands of hope waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to set sail in search of them. The greatest treasures are not buried in the ground but carried in the heart, and the most important adventures are not about reaching destinations, but about choosing to travel with people whose companionship makes every mile of the journey worthwhile. Dream of boats and treasure maps, of brothers reunited and children safely home, of mysteries solved and new wonders waiting to be explored. Dream of the Stano War sailing towards sunsets that promise new dawns, carrying with her the dreams of everyone who has ever believed that it's never too late to start over, never too late to make things right, and never too late to become the person you were always meant to be, when love finally triumphs over the fears that have kept you from embracing the full possibility of your own extraordinary life.